Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, July the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Starkey. And Pepe. Thank you very much, Pepe, in our YouTube room. So we're good to go in both rooms. All right, let's take a look at what's happening this morning. So the market, the SPY is up a little bit. So we're in a bit of a positive open. I haven't had a chance to look at any of the flyers yet. So let's take a look at NIVF. NIVF, NewGen's advanced cytometry program poised for major, etc. Okay. Whatever UAA. Okay. United Arab. Yeah. Okay. So big for valuation of US $19 million. So that's the news for NIVF. Low float, 2 million in the float. Not much volume. Only 16,000 shares are traded. Interesting. Only 16,000 shares. LHSW. Now here's a lot of shares. 43 million, 211%. I don't know why this is going up like it is. Wow, what a move though. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it today. I want to take a look at this one though. I want to see if this is why is this one down 53%? Sync after pausing service to address a recent incident, okay? Involving its NetNut network. Okay. I don't know anything about this, but for this company, ALAR though, really getting slammed here. Low float, 7 million. Pretty good volume already. Due for a bounce? I don't know. I mean, we're over the VWAP right now. Morning, NP. Well, if it says just to see if I can help IQ, not if it says not connected. Typically, just give me a moment, NP. Typically, it just means well, brokers, paper trading. That's why it would say not connected more than likely. I mean, you've got to connect. Go to brokers. If you're trying to do paper trading, connect, and it should, but it isn't. Interesting. Well, maybe there's a bug in it today. Only other one I can think of is up here. Yeah, there might be something going on. Yeah, because you're right. It says not connected. I'll ask the guys. Yeah, there's an issue. Yeah, they do know. They do know. Okay. Yeah, I'm just reading our Slack thread. So they are aware of it. Don't ask me when they're going to fix it. Okay. I mean, it should happen obviously today sometime, but don't. I have no idea, but they do know it. Know about it. Okay. What they're saying is that so if you created another account, yeah, look at FHSW just absolutely exploded. Now this one is not, man. This one is not up this amount of okay. This is a reverse split more than well, not more than likely 100%. Okay, guys, you know what I'm going to do here is I want to get rid of this because it's just dominating, of course. So just give me a moment. All right, guys, let's keep going here. Waiting for this to disappear. Ah, come on, disappear. I just what I did was I added it to the excluded list. Make sure I did add it. INLF. There we go. Okay, NP. How to watch the? This is what I would do. Okay, NP. How do you open it? This is what I would do. Go up to new from the toolbar. Click on new from the toolbar, and then click on. You see, I've got three to start off with Premium AI strategy or Premium AI. Click the middle one that says Premium AI Strategies window. Okay, click that one right there. When you do that, this is the window that you should see. Something like this. Okay, you might have different column headers, but this is what you should see. You'll get no alerts until at least 9:40, and after 10 minutes after the 9:30 open. That's by design, okay? Just wait for the alerts to happen. The other thing I would make sure you do, oh, first of all, are you following me? NP, are you following me? Or what I asked you to do? Yeah, well, I got to keep going. So just let me know if you understood what I was asking you to do. Click on new from the toolbar. And I have here, there's three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window, okay? The Strategy Trades Window. This is what you're going to see. Something like this. Okay, just let me know if that worked for you. The other thing to do is in the filter, more than likely profitable trades is uncheck it. You want to see the trades all day long, whether they're profitable or not. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one whatsoever. The LHSW. I see your messages now. Yes. Now the other thing, make sure this is important. Okay. You should see you should see a reentry time also. Okay, column. And what that means is or a reentry price, actually, well, in time also. What happens is, and that's why you definitely want to have this profitable trades unchecked because what will happen is sometimes we'll get an alert, the stock will hit the stop, then it'll come halfway between the original alert price and the stop price, in which case you'll get a trigger for a reentry. You'll see this column. Okay, so that's why you definitely want to you might not see time, but price, you can add the time, okay? It's a column. Okay. These are just columns. So if you right click on the body here, click on columns, and everything is in alphabetical order. So you can add the reentry time. You can add the stop price too if you want. You just have to left click, say on the reentry time, left click on it, and then left arrow it over. Okay. Yeah, there's something going on with our news also, Pramod. Okay. It's the same. I don't know. If it's the same server that the simulator is on, but we know there's something going on with the news feature. Thanks, X-Wall guy. Yeah, I saw that. I was wondering, is there news today on it? But unless that is it, I don't see the news today on that. Maybe it's just delayed reaction to that news. Anyway, you know what the news is? This is the news, guys. Low float China stock groups around the world are deciding to pile into this. That's the news, really. All right, let's keep going here. ZCMD. Let's see what's happening with this one underneath the VWAP now. And again, low float China stock. Yeah, my earnings plays completely blank. Yeah. All right, let's say kids, KIDZ. Let's see, this has been an active one in the past. Got up to, yeah, I remember this one, got up to $35. Trading higher. Hey, Kids AI shares are trading higher. The company announced it unveiled the Kids Bot, an AI robotics learning platform. Okay, that's your news. Now remember, I mean, our news, the way I use our news when it's available is looking in the past few days. Certainly don't use it. I mean, guys, you must be able to. Your broker must have something, okay, for you. I love IB's headline news. So your broker must have something. I would never rely on our news for intraday stuff. I mean, if it was an earnings play, you'd more than likely see it. If our news, I don't know what's going on with my server, but I certainly would not rely on our news. I mean, Noma guys. Art V. Oh, okay. Art V is up only 0.94%. I thought it was soaring here, but not really. It's actually come called off the bottom. That is Art V, ARTV. All right. What has won some races this morning? We haven't talked about Lucy. What I'm really looking for is maybe a stock that's top, but it's not completely giving it up. Maybe at least holding over the VWAP. Not seeing any yet. Yeah, BJDX a little bit. Popped up to 145, came into the VWAP, maybe trying to hold the VWAP, maybe. Yeah, somebody mentioned that a little bit of a tug on Bitcoin, and yes, look at this. So Mara's moving down. IBIT, take a look at IBIT. Yeah, so IBIT's moving down. Bitcoin's moving down. Another one. Son of a gun. Another one. This is not right. What about ABTC? It's hard to let's see. Could this one possibly be up that much, or this is a reverse split also? Well, guys, it's annoying. I don't know. This is a reverse split. There's no way it's up 3,500%. I'm not 100% sure about this ABTC. It seems likely this is a reverse split too. Now, I will say this: our provider still has that at 327 million. Oh, thanks, Obi. ABTC also. So I don't see. Am I wrong? I don't see ABTC on that list. Or am I just reading it wrong? I'm not seeing it. I don't see ABTC on that list of reverse splits for today. So it sure looks like one. All right, guys, so let's take a look at the sectors before we get going here. The market, the SPY's up about 2.8 points. So let's take a look at the sectors and see what the strong sectors are, the weak sectors are. Okay, semis leading the charge this morning. SMH is up 2.6%. The nukes and quants second. It's the worst one. Energy, not terrible, 0.6%, but so these are the ones that are down from Friday's close or Thursday's close. Sorry, Thursday's close. So, so the semis not being destroyed. Destroyed is too harsh. I mean, we've had some big days in the semis. I mean, last week, week before, you can see where they closed, where the highs were, where they closed. Interesting if Nvidia is not up at all. They sort of, you're right. Interesting. So something else is leading the semi charge. Micron's up. All right, I got to get rid of these. What time is it now? 9:20. Okay, FXHO. Let's take a look at this one. FXHO. This is I don't know this one at all. I don't think I've seen this one ever. Look at that, guys. 178,000 in the float. One of the lowest ones. I know I've seen one in just double digit, but 178,000 in the float, ridiculously low. 2.5 million are traded. If there's any news on this one, I don't see any news on this one. So it did say it skyrocketed after hours. This was after hours on Thursday. Oh, I see. So there's been a ticker change. And they're putting out that, more than likely, I would not be able to buy this anyway. I certainly can't short it. Not available for short sale in Big Red for FXHO. And more than likely, probably this is one of those ones that IB won't let me even buy. I don't know if anybody's tried this morning that has Interactive Brokers or other brokers, Trader Fidelity, or I don't know if you've been able to trade this one. Yeah, CMPS is what was the trigger again? Thank you. Holding over the trigger price of 1380. Okay, so this is the trade of the week. CMPS. Yeah, I've got some room. 1546 on the daily chart anyway. Well, maybe not. I shouldn't say that. Looks like Wednesday's high was 14. Oh, here's another one. Where this is not good. HK is another reverse split. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, 925. You know what? I mean, I do apologize. This shouldn't be happening. But again, I'm wondering, where's the float on this one? Yeah, that's probably correct. 797,000 now. Well, I know I can't control that. That's for sure. It wouldn't matter except it dominates, the pre-market actives. That's the problem with it. Anyway, we're almost due for the 9:30 open when I get rid of this. We won't see that. We won't see these like this anyway going forward. All right. How about this one, guys? Here, up 38%. What is this one doing? Trading higher after the Radoff JEC Group. Sear agreed with the company's CEO that Sear should not be a public company. Sear should be sold to the highest bidder. All right. Okay. Not a low float, 48 million. A lot of volume though. 12 million traded already. Not a low float, 48 million shares. Of course, guys, all I'm really going to be concentrating on anyway, the daily reversals, a daily trend reversal, and what sort of now. I can't remember what happened on Thursday. Was the SPY up or down? I can't remember what the markets did. We don't have that data right now, which might influence the reversals. Okay, guys, I guess it's working now. Okay, yeah, I'm just looking right here. So we disconnected. So they fixed it just before the market opened. Okay, so the simulator, etc., is working. Now, is the news working? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, so the last week's low was around 82, okay, for MSTR. This is one I traded, not I didn't trade this. I traded the ETF for it. I think I did it a couple of times. It was awesome. It came from that daily trend reversal. Kind of what I'm waiting for. Uh, ETFs, the company ETFs for the larger stocks. They are a little more predictable. All right, guys, we are now almost at the 9:30 open, so 30 seconds. So let's start to this trading week, guys. No more market holidays until September. That's terrible. One moment as I. All right, so I'm going to get rid of this now. Just minimize it and just wait for this open. We're already open. Yeah, I said yeah. Yeah, I said that it is fixed now. Okay, guys, take a look. Well, there's the trade of the week, CMPS, as William said. The trigger is 1380. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is completely up to you. Okay, so the opening bar so far is pretty good. There's the opening bar, and then well, the 9:30 open. Okay, so far pretty good. We're having a bit of a pop in the SPY. The APLD is on the move here, but 35.60. So it's about a dollar to the next high looking left on the daily chart. That was last, yeah, about a, well, not a dollar now, but how about Verizon, VZ? Verizon's going right into the next high. The next high actually though is on 44.38. Okay, so but it popped and dropped. That's a reason why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, even for a stock like Verizon with 4 billion in the float. You know what did it do? Got up to 43.16 and down to 42.40 and 58. So even a big major float can still be kind of whippy in the first 15 minutes. Which is why I don't like trading in the first 15. Now I may make an exception if I get something on the daily trend reversal. Boy, look at Mara. I mean, Mara was up to what 12.95 down to. It looks worse than it was. I mean, it was a drop of over 40 cents. Now the pop attacking the VWAP right here. We're trying to get into the VWAP anyway. I've just found that the company ETFs can. Well, it just over what I've seen over the last 3 weeks, that the company ETFs can be not bad to take, even after 5 minutes. That's all. Because a stock, normal stock, I probably won't do it. But if it's a company ETF, especially a big one, like a major company. But that's just me. I mean, please don't follow me. Okay, this one from last week, JEM. Now the high. I mean, obviously very volatile. The 200 moving average around 360, as is the next high looking left on the daily. So obviously there's a ton of room. Okay, a ton of room, but it is very volatile. 1 million in the float. All right, AVGX. This is Broadcom, right? Okay, I'm watching this one. Yeah, next high looking left is 49.62. So there's obviously room. I'm gonna put a price alert up in the trigger area. So there's a case where I didn't take it because it dropped almost immediately. Uh, Let me mention Wolf, WULF, and this is a reversal. What do we have for the next high? 25.50. So, about 70 cents for the Next high. Great. We're going to wait on this Broadcom to see if it gets back up to that trigger area, which was 4760. I mean, kids is on the reversal also, but to me, it's just, well, especially right here at 135. Look left on that daily chart. To me, anyway, it looks like there's a lot of resistance around that 150 mark. Halts. Okay, well, this one got halted on the way down, I guess, or resumed, excuse me. So that looks like it got halted on, no, actually it got halted on the way up. Anybody, Monica, are you in the room? Are you allowed to, we allowed to trade this one and interact with anybody with ID, interact with brokers? Are we allowed to trade this one? Looks like it's going to get halted again. Going to get halted again. Here we are. Boy, there are a lot of shares available to short for this one. Maybe it wasn't a reverse split. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's down 7.5% now. ABCL, the market is putting in a little bit of a reversal now. So here's another reversal, guys. LHAI, another reversal. 285 is the next high looking left. Probably a very low, yeah, well, low float, 11. Well, it is a low float. Not crazy low, it is just low. Time is it now? 9:39. So nothing, well, nothing in the AI till at least 9:40. All right, guys, I'm getting interested in the AVGX. Wasn't the INLF? Wasn't that one that we had? We didn't have the reverse splitter. Yeah, this is not. This is a reverse split. Okay, it is not up 27,000%. Okay, it is not up. It's a reverse split. All right. Well, I'm still really waiting on this AVGX. I had a price alert set. Excuse me, AVGX. I had a price alert set. I wanted to see if it got to this level. It did, but I'm waiting on this. The trigger actually was 47.60, which is right around here. I'm just waiting to see if this can really pop through. Again, this is a company ETF or AVGO. It is a two-timer, of course. Not of course, but it is. Good. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ozzy. Now, it may not, it may not go up. I'm talking about the AVGX, but I've just been noticing over the last little while that these big, large name company ETFs have done pretty well. Not telling anybody to take. Onco guys, what is this one doing? ONCO, another one on the reversals. This is not a company ETF, of course, but ONCO. What sort of room does this one have? To me, it's got, well, it's some resistance, not that far away. I think QNCL isn't QCML. I think this is another, yeah, granite. Oh, QCOM long. Ooh, did I miss it? The trigger was 1995, so QCOM long. Now, the next high looking left, doesn't have that much room. Doesn't have that much room. I mean, it's got, so it hits that next high looking left on the daily chart. That would have been Wednesday's high. We should have had a little more room. Otherwise, I'm sure I would take this one. No, this one's on the move. This is a company ETF. Well, this is not on the reversal. This is the bouncers toppers, and the next high looking left 77.72. So yeah, well, there's room. About $3. I think it's going to get there, of course. All right, guys. Well, the market is trying to recover from that red bar. The high up here is almost 750. When I talk to Mark, I'm talking to Spy. So they did a reverse split today. HKIT also did a reverse split today. So again, this is not up 2,600%. Well, so here's again, this is not a company ETF, but here's IRAN. What is the next high looking at? 44.75. A little bit of room. A little bit of room. Is a reverse split negative? Well, understanding why they're doing a reverse split, they're trying to get their stock price over $1. I mean, it's not great news, but I mean, it depends. You know, if they come out and with some kind of a crazy little press release to try to get people interested in the stock either today or the next little while. I mean, we've seen these things move, but remember, they're doing these reverse splits to get only to get their stock price over $1, usually, so that they can comply with Nasdaq conditions to have a stock over $1. So I mean that's the reason. So I mean it's all right, guys. This is DSY doing. Well, here's actually a company ETF for IRA or for IREN, IREN, and that's IREG. Just the volume, like not a lot of volume. Spread's not bad though. Well, this one's got some room, guys. CRE. I mean, there's the high right there, 320. If it takes that out, when I say room, I'm talking about looking left on the daily chart. I mean, but it pulled back. What's the float like? Yeah, a million in the float. I'm going to put a price alert. It got right into that daily high. Okay, and if it can do it again, but it had a pretty severe percentage pullback. But if it can do it again, the next high is almost $4, and that is for the CRE. This has been very choppy. This AVGX surprise. Got some guys ripping right here now. While UMC, another one coming right into the next high, which is 2660. Will that stop it? Will it turn into? Well, it won't turn into a short for me. I don't have shorts available. Interactive brokers, but that one is coming right into that daily high. This is the only earnings play I see, William. This Rodzan, RDZN, only earnings play I see. No volume. Okay, how did that wolf do? Did it keep going? It did not keep going. It had that massive pop at the beginning. Was that the pre-market? Yeah, that was the pre-market. So actually, in the pre-market, got up to about $27, 27.60 or so. Market open. There's a 9:30 open. Nice little pop. Starting to drop underneath the VWAP now. Underneath the VWAP, shares available for me to short if I wanted to at Interactive Brokers, over 5 million. So plenty of shorts available. If it gives up the VWAP in a big way, boy, some of these tech stocks, look at HPE guys, again, coming into a daily high, very close to a daily high. That would have been Thursday's high. HPE, I'm just biding my time. Not, I was waiting on that AVTX. I had high, well, I had hopes for it, but it didn't trigger again. Now, I did not take QC. I did not take this one. I thought maybe the next high was too close, but I may be wrong. Actually, you know what? I misread that. I thought the next high was 2140. The next high is that, or 2040. The next high is actually 2021. I made a mistake. I made a mistake, guys. I should have taken this one, this QCML. This is the two time for QCOM. I don't know why. I thought the next high was 2040, which I thought was too close. A little bit above the current price. So 161. So the question was, it just halted at 153 and projected open 162. Projected doesn't have to be there, of course. I'm going to get halted 954. So if you're unfamiliar with these pulse resumes, got halted at 954 plus 6 seconds. So if it's a 5 minute halt, which typically they are, it'll open at 959 plus 6 seconds. This column. So this screen, this window I'm showing you here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue window, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Here's your halt price. There, this column, trying to show you where it could open. Well, that was so bad on my part, really. The QCML is I should be in this one for sure. Other strong stock guys, AXTI up 17%. Another one coming right into the next high on a daily chart. I mean, it's right there. The high on Thursday was $67. It got up to 66.42, pulled back a little bit. So that's why I can't take that trade. All right, Celebrate, excuse me, Celebrate, CLBT. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 15.99. So it's a little bit above that. What's that high right there? 16.11. So that is actually the next high. You know, I would probably, and what did it get to today? It got up to 16.05. I know this is an AI alert. I would wait. Let's see if it takes that 16.11. It's over the 200. It's right at the 200-day moving average. A little bit above it. 15.59 is the 200-day moving average. So that's good. You can see what it did on a daily basis. It was challenging that 200-day moving average 3 times. So is this the day that it's really going to break free? And I'm talking about the CLBT. You mean the scans that I have on my screen? Is that no? They're available. Well, I'm sharing. I mean, I'm sharing. What time is it now? 10, almost 10 o'clock. I mean, every day at 10 o'clock, I show the ones I'm sharing. These are, yeah, I'm sharing all these. Other ones on my other monitor. Part of the standard service. But you have to ask me for them. I mean, I'm gonna show you. They're not anywhere on. I mean, trade it. These are just scans that I created, but I'm sharing them all. And speaking of which, it is now 10 o'clock. So I'm going to go over my home page right now. It's showing you all the HCI was not in the reversal scanner. No. What you're seeing here has got nothing to do with Holly. Nothing to do. Okay. Nothing to do. These are just things that I've created on my own. Okay. Nothing to do with the AI. Nothing. Just give me one moment as I. Okay. So on my home page, Okay, so if you click on my homepage link at the very top here, so we do have two promo codes still active, 30%. You can get 30% off if you are willing to take out a premium annual subscription. Obviously, don't do that if you don't know the program, okay? But if you have a feel for the program at all, and you can get 30% off a premium annual subscription. Otherwise, you can get 25% off a premium monthly, or standard annual. Okay. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas sometime in the future, please use the code whatever it is on my homepage. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate two rooms, a YouTube room. I'm going to show you, well, DM. I moderate two rooms, a YouTube room and the main room. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now and you're wondering about this room, what I'm talking about, you can come into this room, the trading room. It's free also. Some added perks though, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you want to come into a room during the pre-market, you can come into this room. I'm not on the mic until 9 to 9:15 for both rooms, but there's plenty of traders in this room between, starting at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't do it because I live in Vancouver. Too early for me to do it. So thank you, Obi, for doing it every day, opening this room at 6:45 a.m. And it's free. So, learning about trade ideas. If you go to the education, before I do that, keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. How you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. Education. So here is where you can learn a little bit about trade ideas. So if you click on my homepage link and go down to the education section, click on the more info. So for those of you just taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, mandatory you do this, getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have the product, what I would do is do this. I would take a, now to learn, I mean, this will give you, start off with the second video, go to the end. This will give you an idea about the capabilities of the program, okay? And that should make up your mind at least whether or not you want to try it for at least a month, okay? That's what I would do. I would never take out a subscription unless you've done this at least, so you have an idea about what we can do. Now, back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. If you're new to trading, when I say you, I don't know who I'm talking to, but you who are out there, this is free. Also, 15 videos, free videos if you're new to trading. Remember now, Trade Ideas is a fantastic program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It doesn't teach you how to trade. Okay, it generates ideas, but if you don't understand anything about how to read a chart, it's not going to help you. So if you're brand new to trading, I would take a look at this back to basics. And last, if you're looking for the scans that I'm currently sharing, you scroll down, click on my homepage link, and here they are. So these two races here, this is the large cap races right here. This race is the more volatile race. Pulse resumes is down here. More information than a scan, but I mean it's very active all day long, every single day. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And then the daily trend reversals is something that I pay a lot of attention to. I'm not displaying it, but it's on my other monitor. You can certainly have it. And I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. Just means I don't have them up and running right now. And by the way, do not take all of these and create a giant layout with everything in it. You'll never get anything done. Okay, there's way too much information coming at you if you would do that. Now, why do I have these if I'm not using them? Gap continuation or reversal scan, I may use it, start using it again when we get heavily into earnings season. But I have these here just because, I mean, there's different trading styles. Just because I'm not using this one right now, again, doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that, for instance, this daily reversals. I created this scan years and years and years ago, and I sort of resurrected it about 3 weeks ago. Okay, but I hadn't used it for several years at least. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions about the product, don't be shy. You can ask me questions. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. Now, if it's an accounting question, something about your account subscription, I can't help you there. I cannot help you there. But but I can direct you to people who can. I don't know what you mean by the new Holly. If you're talking about this the AI assistant, I don't think it is. I don't know though. I'll ask a question for the guys. Well, I know you were showing it, but I don't know if it has made it to the next build. Okay, you're just talking about this, the AI assistant, really. I think. My guess is no, but I don't know. I'd have to look at the download page. So unless if I go to the down, I'll just go to the download page and I'll see what the tell me. Ah, oh, here it is. It is available. All right, there you go. Just a moment, please. Okay, guys. Well, Pepe says it's available, so it's available. I guess you download the beta release notes. Let's see what it says in the release notes. Our new AI assistant. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, it's working a little bit for me. I don't know. I ended up taking this one. Okay, remember I said I wanted to see if it took out 1610. I ended up taking this one. This is from our AI CLBT. And what's the float? Big float. So I'm not expecting a massive move. I mean, it's a nice. It's only at 3%. Not expecting a massive move or anything. What do I think about the SEER reentry? Well, I mean, it's been very choppy, very choppy. Monthly high, let's take a look at the monthly high, 229. I mean, there's that there. What did it get to today? 228. Is that right? 228? Yeah, 228. So it got to that monthly high right there. So Just give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Sorry about that. All right. Let's see. How about the ELAB? Just looking to see if ELAB has any. Yeah, it's got to get through that ELAB. I'm just looking at the reversals right now. Yeah, the TDIC. Let's see. Where was that first alert for TDIC? Whoa, 9:35 at 6:02. So this was a big jump. I didn't really see it. I was concentrating on that AVGX so much. So before it pulled back, it got up to 695. Okay, I'll have to start looking at some of the other ones, not just the company ETFs, guys. Not seeing. We only had two of them, actually three of them. Okay, BJDX. Okay. Now, what this is looking for, stocks that were down the day before and reversing today. Okay. They had to be down at least, they had to close down at least 5% the day before. Now, looking at this beat, wow, 132 is the next high looking left. If it can get through that 132, look how much room it's got. 294. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I have to put a price alert here around. I'm going to put a price alert around one. Well, I'll put it at 132. See if it takes out that high. Number one, it may not pile into the trade if it does, but at least I want to know if it does, because then when you look left, it has a ton of room. Low float. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing. I have a few from Thursday that are thumbnailed. Looking at them, charts that are thumbnailed. Want to see if there's anything interesting happening. Monica, were you anybody with IB able to trade this? I haven't tried. Just wondering if you can trade it. LHSW, LHSW. Lisa's holding. It came right into the VWAP, bounced off. It's okay. Okay, interesting. Thank you, Monica. Just the one trade so far, guys, and that's the CLBT from our AI on that break right around here, 1610. Because I'd rather let Monica tell me. When I say that, it's not that I want to take the trade right away. Anyway, I just out of curiosity. So I'll know. I mean, if it sets up that anyone I'm talking about, I want to take the trade, going to tell me immediately. All right, guys. How about that BJDX? Yeah, it hasn't triggered. It's got to get over that 132 mark. The E-Lab, I mean, it's taking out that high of Wednesday, but it's coming into what I consider a lot of potential resistance. Too bad. Well, this is weakening as we speak, guys. The VSX, the next the next low looking left, 43.44, too close. Too bad. I have that one thumbnail on one of my other monitors, and I thought, wow, what's going on with this one? I think this was one of the daily reversals on Friday, on Thursday. Keep forgetting Friday was the market holiday. Hmm. Now this is a reversal on the way down, okay? Fizz, Fizzz, a reversal on the way down. What sort of room does it have? 3072, little bit of room. But reversals like that would work a lot better, of course, I think anyway, if the market is not whipping higher. I mean, it was an earnings play. I guess it was an earnings play. I did not take the Z Lab. Again, I just looking left. I just think there's potentially way too much resistance. I may be completely wrong. It may just burst right through. It's a pretty low float, 5.6 million in the float, but I'm not going to take it. Wow, that one. Here it goes, guys. I should go pay a little more attention to this race now, guys. The LHISW, very risky. I mean, look at. I don't know if you have time and sales. I mean, you can just see how whippy it is. I mean, every broker has time and sales. Okay, so that's basically my go-to when I'm looking for the bid ask and see how rapidly a stock is trading. And that, of course, is within Interactive Brokers. You're up to 774 and it goes dramatically, really in a heartbeat, go right back to 7. Best thing I can say about this one is that it held the VWAP. Okay, held the VWAP, came right into it. Now, I mean, that was a big pullback all the way to 5. Bounced off the VWAP. Next high looking left. Okay, can't see it on a weekly chart. So let's take a look. It looks like on a monthly chart, the next high is 1256. Not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high in a monthly chart. Obviously, within that month, and that month was February. Within that month, there could be some daily highs or some weekly highs. Let's take a look at our sectors now. Okay, now that we've had the market open for about an hour, or the 9:30 open anyway. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. And then dock channel bar, not channel bar, docked channel bar. Click on the show more. All these are theme-based channels. And I'm going to go down to the sector status channel and just check it out. See if SMH is still leading the charge. Yes, it is. So these are the sectors that we're tracking in this top list window, okay? And SMH is the top one. It was the top one in the pre-market, top one during the market hours. XLK, technology, second. What's worst? XLP, consumer staples, is the worst performing. No, I mean, it's not terrible, but it's down 1.6%. Healthcare has been very strong, but it is one of the negative sectors. Basically 50-50 here. That's what the 52%, 47%. So what that means is that 52% of the symbols that make up this top list are above Friday or Thursday's close, 47% below. Now we can dive into the individual sectors, okay, some of them. So for instance, let's take a look at consumer staples. 94% of them are down, but a couple up. ADM is up for whatever reason. They're going counter to the its sector. But what is the worst performing one? There's STZ. Is that no, yeah, I thought it was Constellation Brands. Worst one, MKC next. I mean, these are, pretty big moves with these floats. So here's how you can take a look at some of the individual sectors. Check out what the top stock is, what the worst stock is percentage wise. Here's another one. Retail. Firstly, they're all up, not up a lot. CTRN, it's only up 1.7%. What's the worst one? Oh, that's what you were talking about, William. Orly. Look at Orly down 7%, 7.6%. AAP down. These are big percentage moves. These are some retail stocks that are down in a big way. Same thing. Look at communications. Communications wasn't very good on Thursday, I don't think. But Lumina's up. But what's the worst one? It's the Charter. It's the worst one. So you can kind of see, some of you might look at this and go, wow, that's how I'm going to use trade ideas. I'm going to go to this channel every single day to check out what the top sector is, what the worst sector is, and maybe dive in to some of the individual ones. You don't have to look at them all. Maybe you've got a couple of favorite sectors and just take a look at the strong stock and the weak stock in those sectors. Find a way to trade them. Well, here's another one obviously I should have taken. I just thought there was too much resistance, but the IRAG, this is an ETF or IRAN. And we had the alert at 1175, 73 before it pulled back a little bit, got up to 1218. I did not take it, locked myself out of it. All right, are we looking for a bounce here? TSCO, Tractor Supply Company. It is sitting on that whole number, 30. Where's the next low looking left? Yeah, I mean, this could be a bounce, maybe a bounce worthy stock, especially with the market doing what it's doing. Sitting at 30 right now. The next low looking left is 29.84, so pretty close. So 30 might be holding it, maybe for a little bit of a bounce. All right, guys, BJDX got a lot of room. All right, well, I got to hope that 132 holds it, okay? Because that's the high right there, 132, okay? If there's any news on this one, didn't see any news. BJDX is here also in the race. I'm going to go over this race, okay? I'm going to go over the race right now. Especially for those of you who are new, it's just another way to look at trade ideas. And you can see what happens. It creates a top 10 list for you of stocks to follow. These are stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. These are two different races. One's a very large cap race, and this is a wide open race. But they both create top 10 lists for you. So before I talk about the racing, Just give me a moment, guys. Just want to gotta go to my home page because everything I'm going to talk about is in our user guide. So if you click on my homepage link, just want to direct you to the user guide. So go down to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top is our user guide. And there's a whole section on TI stock racing, okay? Everything I'm going to talk about is there. Okay, guys, BJDX, sorry, working a little bit for me now. I am, moment. Okay, I've just taken some off just in case it can, wow. I wish I'd waited, oh, another half a second or so. You know, the 50-cent level for some of these stocks that are under $5 can act a little bit as a resistance area. So I got out just underneath that 150 mark. Okay, some, not everything. It's gone very parabolic though, very parabolic. So again, why did I take it? Well, it came in the BJTX at 125, but I didn't want to take it there. I wanted to wait to see if it got to 132. Why would I do that? Because 132 was the next high looking left. I wanted to see if it could break it. And you can see it's leading a race right now. Okay, I've taken some more off, guys. I don't have very much left. I don't have a lot of faith in it. Okay, just over the 150 mark. I mean, when I say faith, I mean I don't know where it's going, of course, but it does have 292 is the next high looking left. It is pretty low float. I don't want to get into a rug pull situation. So, but I mean, it's got a lot of room, but it's gone so parabolic, and I may completely regret taking anything off. But wow, oh, I still have some left. So, any news on this one? I don't think I haven't seen any news. So the race, that's not where I saw it first, but you can leading the charge right here. So let's go over this race. So what does that 19% mean? So since the race started, I'm running a 4-minute race. You can pick whatever time frame you want. I'm running a 4-minute race. Since the race started, it has moved 20%. Okay, still has about 30 seconds left for to complete. And what happens is automatically a top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won most races over the course of the day. You can see right now, BJDX has not won a race, and it may not win this race. I mean, it's like any other race. Jockeying for position for the top spot between NIVF, KIDS, and DX. So the 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and yes, it did win the race. Okay, but it had not won a race before. Now, if it wins a second race, it'll knock that SPHL out. That's what these numbers beside these symbols mean. How many races they've won. So how to use it? Well, Obviously, if you see a stock near at the top here, click on it, see what's happening. You know, this is where chart reading experience comes into it. Of course, doesn't mean just because something is leading a race, you just take it. But also something that's leading a race, it doesn't necessarily mean it's at the high of the day. It could have pulled back and then started to make a move again, and it could have pulled back maybe to the VWAP, maybe to a moving average that you like, but you won't know until you click on the symbol to see what's happening. So here's a new entry. Looks like TDTH. Let's take a look at it, see what's happening. Well, pre-market, it got up to 239. Yeah, 8 o'clock, 239. So obviously, based on pre-market action, there's room for it to run. Very low float, Singapore stock. Looking to see if it was halted. It's sort of stopped trading for a bit here. So anything you see in this list of stocks, click on it. You don't have to wait for it to be at the top. You don't have to wait for a race to be over, obviously, to click on a stock. Anything you see here, click on it. See what's happening. CLYM. I know this is an AI alert also. Hmm. So the trigger in our AI was 1382, not bad. High today was around 1418. In the pre-market, it got up to what, almost 15. So I mean, there's room if you look at the pre-market. Okay, so and then anything that's won a race, click on it, see what's happening. Let's see what the ZCMD is doing. Well, I mean, you don't know until you click on it, but it could have been coming into the VWAP from above. Maybe the VWAP was going to act as support. In this case, it didn't. It's underneath. I don't have shorts available, so a lot of you would look at a VWAP break and say, okay, I'm going to short it. So anything that's won a race, just click on it. I know I repeat myself, but see what's happening. Okay, well, here's an ONCO. I mean, it's over the VWAP. Came into the VWAP, it's been hanging around the VWAP area. I mean, it's a volatile one, only 3.6 million in the float. Yeah, so it got out of the CLBT, guys. I mean, it got up to 1634, started to drift down, didn't make very much on that one. The only thing I'll do right now is maybe put a price alert on 1628 and see if it gets up there again in that area. But wow, why did I get rid of any of my BJDX? Oh, geez. Look at this thing rip now. I mean, there. So why was it so attractive to me? Because when you look left on the daily chart, it had a ton of room to move before it could hit that next high. It doesn't mean it's going to get there, but all I try to do is take current resistance out of one of the reasons why a stock may not go up. And so I look left on the daily. If I can't see that next high on the daily, I look on the weekly, and then last I'll look at the monthly. Hopefully, I can see it on the daily, and you can just see a lot of room for it to run. I probably would have kept a lot more, but it was getting so parabolic. And I'm looking at the trade wave or the TI wave, and it was just losing. And when I see this happening, I mean, if I'd been down here, okay, getting in at 121, but I wasn't there. Not bad though, still around the 134 mark. So that wasn't bad, but It's just getting so parabolic, parabolic. Okay, guys. So if you're looking at this fairly new to these races and all, the question has to be, well, why are these stocks showing up? And they're very different stocks in both of these races. So all races start from a top list window. All right. If I right click on the body of the race, open the top list. All races start from a top list window. If I right click in this top list window, notice launch real time stock race. Okay. So all races start from a top list window. So this is my top list window with what I want to see. So if I right click on it and click on configure, then in summary, this is what I want to see. I want to see stocks between 1 and 50, minimum 200,000 shares have traded, up at least 2% from the previous day's close. That's what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see, but this is what I want to see. So if stocks meet these filter requirements, they're going to show up in this list of stocks. And what I've done is I've clicked on, I'm sorting on the change from the previous day's close. That's what that C percent means. So and that's how you can still use a top list window if you want. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes. Things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So NIVF is up 246% since Thursday's close. If I wanted to see the stocks that have moved the most since their opening trade of the day, that's what that 0% means. So BJDX has moved 47% since its opening trade of the day. Okay. So what does the race do? Well, like almost for sure, stocks like this that are up, 246% from previous day's close, 88%, 61%, you're going to see these in the race probably all day long. Why? Because, obviously something that's up so much is being followed by many, many traders all around the world. However, what the race does is this. It doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is since the race starts, what is moving the most percentage wise. That's all it cares about. Now, again, because these stocks are so active, more than likely you're going to see them at the top most and winning races left and right over the course of the day. But that does not mean, let's take a look at, fuel cell is one that's been very, very active. I mean, it's up 9%, but what if all of a sudden, it was up 10%, 11%, 12%, 15, moving up this list of stocks? How would you know that? Well, there it is, in fact, right there. The race takes care of that because, again, it doesn't care where it is, where the stock is in the list of stocks. Tell me what is moving the most percentage-wise during the race. That's all it cares about. Okay? So there's nothing, there's a stock, this is a Bitcoin play, BTCT, but what if, for whatever reason, it's only up 2.5%. But again, what if all of a sudden it just, buying came in and it just started moving up this list? So hopefully now it's making sense to you that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. The fact that I want to see stocks between 1 and 50 and up and at least 200,000 shares have traded and up 2% from yesterday's close, previous day's close, doesn't mean that's what you want to see. So you can construct your own top list window with your own set of parameters. And you can even do things like create a watch list, a symbol list, we call it. Maybe you've got a basket of stocks that you like to follow every single day. Maybe there's 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every day. You can create what we call a symbol list, attach it to the top list window, and then your race will run just on those stocks alone. Or similarly, maybe you want to have a different symbol list every day. Maybe tonight you do some work after hours and you say, you know what? I want to follow these stocks tomorrow. You create the symbol list with those stocks in it, attach it to the top list window, and you just run the race based on those. Now, this race is very different. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to right click, open the top list, and look how few stocks there are in this compared to this race. In this race, it's a volatile, not a volatile race, it's a large cap race, not as many stocks. Now, sometimes you get a fairly big list, but not today. Now, a couple things. This is not the list for the day. In other words, this is not a static list. Stocks will come in and out of this list all day long. Why would that be? So this time, I'm gonna right click, click on the configure. So these are the three filters that are preventing a lot of stocks from coming in compared to this volatile race. The float has to be at least 50 million. The market cap has to be at least 500 million. And then this, the position in the day's range, that's this filter right there. And I have 95 in the min. If I put 100 in the min, that would mean the stock basically would be at the high of the day. So at minimum of 95, that means these stocks have to be near the high of the day. That's what I'm looking for. That is what is preventing, this list from being like a giant list like this. But what happens is stocks will, like this, in this list of stocks right now, some will drop out because they're not meeting the filter requirements anymore, and some will come in because they start to meet the filter requirements. So it's not a static list. Same thing though. You can create your own. You can create your own list if you want, based on your set of parameters. Hey guys, well, that's it for the BJDX and me. The minute it sort of kept breaking underneath two, that was it. But you know what? Later on, I may take a look at it again if it gets back over two. I doubt it's going to happen, but you never know. So instead of guessing whether it's going to happen, I will put a price alert in this area, 196, see if it gets back up there later on in the day. Well, guys, okay, guys, so remember, both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. Please don't think you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade and I have to be 100%, I have to have 100% concentration on it, I'll let you know. But typically, I can answer questions all day. If I've missed a question that happened before, maybe just repost it. I don't see any, but do I trade before and after hours? I would trade a lot more in the pre-market, but I live in Vancouver, so the time zone is really tough. Okay, I mean I do get up, but I've got a lot of stuff. I can't really start looking at the market until 9 o'clock, so that's only half an hour. Have I ever traded in the pre-market? Yes. I don't. And I've traded in the after hours a little bit more, but not often. Not often. Again, depends if I'm sitting at my computer. I usually take off at around sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. But if I am sitting at my computer at say quarter to four, I will take a look at some, especially in this race right there. I can start to see some stocks that might start to move after hours. But 99% of my trading is in the so-called market hours. Okay, I would, but I'll tell you, if I lived in the East Coast, I would trade a lot more in the pre-market. There's so much action in the pre-market now. Plenty of stocks with plenty of volume. And all our scanners work. I mean, depending on the type of scanner you're using, they work in the pre-market. The big thing is just don't use the relative volume filter. If you're using the relative volume filter, you cannot use it in the pre-market. Well, I'd say the overall market is a tug of war between the long and the short, not just the pre-market, but this. Well, this was pretty good from our AI guys. I did not take this one, the CLYM. I did not take that one, unfortunately. I sort of was watching it, but I wouldn't take it until it broke 14 anyway. And so that's a pretty good one from our AI. Oh man, FX. Yeah, this one again, it's not up. Well, it might be. Okay, this might be correct now. Up 114%. That is probably correct. Look at the float, 178,000 in the float. Ridiculous. So that's why you can get these crazy, crazy moves. There's the VWAP. What, like right there at 1850. And it just got halted. Now, interesting. Look where it got halted. The VWAP is at 1878 or so, right around this level, and that's where it got halted. Okay, wow. I don't, this is a warrant of some sort, IQMX W, probably a warrant of some sort. Yeah. Here's Rivian, RIVN. I know it had a pretty big day on, yeah, actually last week, a pretty good week, actually. The low last week was 1554. Got up to actually a great week. Didn't close at the high, pulled back a bit, but it's near the high of last week now. 1979 is the high of last week. If it can take that out, and when you look at a monthly chart, it has a little bit of room on a monthly chart. That is for the RIVN. Yeah, I do see it. ONCO. The trigger was at on that scan was at 110, but I mean, look left, 118, 118, couple of highs right there at 118. If it can take that 118 out, I just see these 119 is another high, 127, 131, 127. See, for me, listen, if it can somehow get through 144, maybe not today. That's where I'm sticking my price alert because between the current price and 144, there are little, for me anyway, little pockets of resistance. Okay, Juan, you've been here enough. These are volatility halts, right? They're no news. It's not news. It's just these are volatility halts. Stock's gone up too much in a short period of time. That's what this halts was. I mean, look at all the reason description because of volatility. It's just a program that kicks in when the stock moves too much for a period of time. Nothing to do with news. It's just, but that's what's driving the halts. When you get the program, I mean, 99% of everything you see here is because of volatility, and it's just literally, it's a stock. It's a program. It's a program that it's not some guy sitting there going, okay, I'm going to halt this stock. It gets triggered because the stock moved too much in a short period of time. There are other reasons, but that's the quick definition. Well, let's see if this can set up. And I know I'm very late on this one. You know what? This is an all-time high, guys. I should have seen that. CLYM all-time high now. Oh, you do have the program. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, the description. I thought it was. Well, you didn't take it from me then. You didn't take the scan from me, or if you just got it now. Okay. Oh, you created it yourself. Okay. Yeah. Well, you can add that column then. Well, Juan, welcome to the fold. And you know what? You are a good example. Now, I know one of the reasons why you didn't take the program a little bit earlier is because you had a Mac. So I'm assuming you got a PC, or you've decided to get an emulation program. Did you get a PC, or? Because please listen carefully, everybody. This is a PC-based program, okay? Oh, so you got Parallels, okay? So if you have a Mac, unless you're willing to, like what Juan did, is use an emulation program like Parallels. Do not, do not take this. Do not take us a trip into Trade Ideas if you have a Mac, because this is a PC-based program. But as Juan says, and others who have Macs, you can use a program like Parallels to emulate a PC. But Juan has been in the room for a long time, and you had to get comfortable with what you're seeing. And that's the way to do it. That's why it's a free room. Ask questions all day long. Got to get comfortable with the program. Well, look at this NIVF. So the NIVF, obviously a ton of room on a weekly chart, 276. Um, this is back in May. Well, my only disappointment really was this AVGX. I just figured that with the market ripping like it was, and probably should take a look at AVGO though and just see, was there any news on this one? Because I love this headline. Buy the chip stocks, dip, but beware these AI cannibalization trades. JP Morgan says. I don't know if they're specifically talking about, they're not specifically talking about this one, but all right, guys. Wow, 11:05, fast morning. So pretty sure it's going to be Chris Varley taking over for me in about an hour in our YouTube room. So yeah, I do take a break between noon, 12 and 1 Eastern time. Yeah, I just got a confirmation. It'll be Chris. All right, guys, Onco on the move now. O1CO on the move. Now, will it, I mean, just because I think there's a little pockets of resistance doesn't mean that's the case, but it's certainly trying to get through these little pockets, in my opinion. But that's why I won't take the trade though. Let me expand this a little bit more. There's the next high, 132. Well, here's another one, guys. I mean, this was super active on Wednesday. Okay, LHAI. And actually had a great day. Why do I say it had a great day on Wednesday? Because we're closed near the high of the day. And the high was on 280, closed right up there. Now, Friday or Thursday, big sell off, a lot of profit taking probably. I mean, it's just one of these crazy. I don't even know if we saw any news on this one, but Today it did get up to 219. I would put a price alert, a little over two again, see if it takes that out later on in the day. And then if it does, you just have that next high to look forward to, perhaps. Boy, what a run for CRISPR here. Gene editing, edit, CRISPR, and NTLA used to always trade in tandem. Let's take a look at NTLA. If it's moving the same, it is. How about edit? Edit, I think, edit to me, well, sort of moving the same, but certainly CRISPR and NTLA running. Okay, let's take a well. There's CRISPR right there, guys. CRSP is right there. A little pullback. So I guess this is the reason it's moving. Citizens reiterates market outperform, maintains an $80 price target. I guess that's the reason. I don't see any other news on it. So this analyst has come in and said, you know what? Target is maintained. Does not mean it's going to get there. Didn't I see some news about StubHub being sued or something? Texas, Texas Attorney General launches investigation. That was yesterday's news, but I mean today about FIFA stuff. But they've shaken off that news anyway. They've shaken it off. Okay, guys, comes in now 11:11. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, this one just got halted or resumed, guys. The SRXH that got halted, I guess, on the way down. So forget about that one right now. So the market after that little blip down, that was 935. Ever since, well, I had a couple little, I mean, basically holding the VWAP and moving higher. Market, as in the SPY, okay? Is there a disconnect? We've got, yeah, there's a bit of a disconnect in the market today. Look at the Qs are up 10, SPY's up 5, Dows are basically flat. So there is a disconnect today between the value versus growth stocks, which is probably why Broadcom did not, one of the reasons maybe why it didn't keep moving. Well, Pepe, I have to, every week, I'll give you my update on Celsius and where it is on the grocery shelves and still sitting right at eye level. This is definitely an inside info. Pepe won't like that. All right, WBX, Wallbox. I don't, maybe I've seen the symbol, but I've never heard of the company Wallbox. Okay, where are they out of? Out of España. Okay, they play Portugal today, I think. Um, yeah, not too many Spanish stocks here, guys. So next guy looking left on a monthly chart is 782. Probably not much volume. Yeah, not much volume. 28 times normal is the relative volume. So based on that, and it's only traded 300,000 shares, you can tell it doesn't trade very much. If that's if that 300,000 represents 28 times normal. Yeah, Juan, the only thing I'm going to suggest, and anybody else who's new to this the platform, don't try to do too much with it, though. Yeah, there's a lot in theory. If you look at the user guide, there's a lot in there. But again, you don't have to learn everything that's in that user guide, and uh, and try to don't have so many alert windows open, so many top list windows open that you'll get overwhelmed by all the data coming at you. So remember, guys, yeah. So the new beta is out. So you'll have now that AI assistant in which you can create your own scans pretty simply just by you can either if you have a mic, you can actually speak right into this and create a scan for you, or you can type it in, create a scan for you. Might do one. Might demonstrate one later on in the afternoon. How to use it. with this NIVF is, you know what? I mean, it's trading fairly well, guys. I mean, it is holding over the VWAP. It's just sort of resting right now, low float. Only problem is it hasn't traded very much at all. 313,000. That's it. That to me is the big issue. Thailand, not too many Thai stocks that we see here. Now, the only reason I'm seeing this is one I traded last week, the METU, which is for space or Meta. So it is trying to come back. It's over the VWAP. This is not from my reverse or my trend reversal scan, but I do have this one thumbnailed. So it's two times. So if you think Meta is going to move, you can buy this one, METU. You get double the move. Could be interesting. We got up to 22.54. What time was that? That was 9:35 before it really pulled back a lot. But it's over the VWAP now, and it's sitting at that whole number. So certainly, when you look at the 9:30 high, it's got a lot of room. And last week's or Thursday's high, even more room, 23.38 or 58. Just an idea, okay? This is just an idea for some of you. Okay, guys, time is it now? 11:20, so in about 40 minutes, 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Chris Farley from Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room. So for those of you who are more into swing trading and all, this is, well, way more of a swing trader than I am, which doesn't take much because I'm not a swing trader at all. So, well, I'm very surprised, though. I mean, I can't trade this. I mean, it does say there are shares available, Interactive Brokers, 200,000 shares, but the spread is terrible, 582, 630. I mean, you can't trade it with any confidence, in my opinion. But that's what William is saying. It may break down through the VWAP, which is 597. It is below it, but how are you going to trade it? A 40-cent spread on a $6 stock, pretty daunting. All right, so SpaceX maybe is cracking 160 again. At SPCX had a run in the it had a run. What time is that? That is 9:35. So it did have a run up to 168, but it is looks like it's trying to crack 160 again. And looking left on the daily chart, the next low is about 155. That's the low on Thursday, approximately. So if I were starting out trading, even though this is a When you're on the right side of these trades in here, in the volatile rates, I mean, they're wonderful. They have huge percentage moves. You'll notice that, this one is up 6% now since the race started. Rare, you'll get stocks that are up 1% in this race, but generally speaking, most of them will be moving less than 1%. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means they're not as volatile. If I were starting out trading, I would probably concentrate more on a race like this. Here's your top 10 list, just because there's way less volatility in this race. Take a look at DRVN, guys. Boy, a lot of jockeying right now. DRVN. I would look at that because it's just over the whole number. I love those ones, just over the whole number. Wow, the high, what time was that? That's 8 o'clock high was 16. Hmm. Not a low float, 59 million, not high, but certainly not a low float. This could be interesting, guys. Driven DRVN, just based on the pre-market action. Not a lot of volume, though. I mean, it's only 300,000 shares. It is through the 200-day moving average. That happened on last week. ZIN. I'm talking about. Hmm. So was a sale like being bought? This is what William was talking about. SIM shares fall after the report of Israeli government opposition to the Hapag-Lloyd deal, proposed merger. So this was a buyout, a cash and stock deal. Okay, and that's earlier this year. Yeah, a slight gap in the price for sure. Yes, even had it not dropped $1.50 on that news, probably the smart money was wondering, well, will the government allow this to happen? Okay, guys, keep an eye on the METU. METU, this is the Facebook two-timer. I'm liking it. It's holding over 22. The high up here is 22.56. Give a little bit of a run to that high. METU. Not telling anybody to buy it, but it looks interesting. Once it took out the VWAP, of course, this is Meta. So Meta, the stock, must be up a little less than 1.5%. Okay, now we've had a little bit of a pullback for the CLYM. Now, it's pulling back into the VWAP. Will it hold it? Will the VWAP hold it and then pop over 14 again? You know, I missed it the first time, but maybe it'll give me an opportunity to buy it if it can hold the VWAP area and maybe pop over 14. So instead of staring at the chart, I'm going to put a price alert around 14.11 and see if that happens later. Or do I short it? Seriously, do I short this one? There's a lot of shares available, Interactive Brokers. Um, 1.8, 1.3 million at Interactive Brokers to short. Don't like the spread though, 81.94. Don't like that spread very much. But it is now it's 79.94. Yeah, I don't like that spread at all. And they're going to spread the difference between the bid and the ask. There's the bid 13.79. The ask is 13.94. So yeah, there is. So what is the stop? 12.80. Did it trigger? It did trigger though, right? It did 935. 1380 was the trigger, I think you said. Is that right? Yeah. 1412 is, yeah. So it would have triggered. So biotech. I'm surprised Steve went after a biotech. I have to admit. Now, there's the low right there. That's probably the reason for the stop. 1280 or so. That's last week's low in that area. Quite the disconnect in the market today, guys. Look at the Qs up 12 points and the SPY's up 6 and the Dow was down a little. Quite a disconnect in the market in the growth versus value stocks. There's a little bit of room for this YDES. I mean, the next high is 298. It's showing up on the trend reversal scanner. Okay, down the day before, up today. That's what the trend reversal scanner is looking for. All right, MetU is on the move a little bit, guys, a little bit. I don't like the spread, 37.52. Yes, it's a tough spread again. Not very much volume for it. 169,000 shares. Again, you can tell how little it trades if 6.5 times normal, which is trading, and that's only 174,000 shares. So you can just tell it doesn't trade very much. This got ugly. SRH got ugly. Not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, a little less than half an hour for me. So if you got questions, ask them now before I take my break. Oh, I looked at Zeta. This is textbook, guys. Look what Zeta did, ZETA. Up, got right into the VWAP, the VWAP purple line on my chart. The VWAP acted as tremendous support. You know, that's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's about 30 minutes, which is an eternity in day trading. Okay. 30 minutes, it held the VWAP. And then finally said, okay, let's go. And the VWAP was down here around 21. So that's a nice move. All right, guys. Well, not okay. How about this one? HAO, just over the whole number, starting to move, and another one of these crazy ones. 1.8 million in the float, not a lot of volume, but the next slide looking left on a well, it's way up there, 722. We're not going to wait for that. Let's take a look at the daily chart. 117. Bunch of, I mean, you can tell that if it can somehow get through about that 123 level, I'm going to put a price alert right there at 123. Look at that daily chart. If it can get through all that, then the next time on a daily chart is $2, a little over $2. So there's a ton of room if we can get through that 123. But not a lot. I mean, again, yeah, the relative volume is good, but just not a lot of absolute volume. Boy, look at this FXHO guys, just crazy action. Up to 20 now. Hit a reverse split, I think, today. I think it also was yeah, it was a symbol name change too. It was so this is not an IPO. Okay, yeah, so the change symbol names. Is our news working yet? Our news is not working yet. That's the only reason I use our news. Yeah, so it used to be WTO and it changed its, there we go. So here's the news on it. From WTO to FXHO, effective July the 2nd. So this is the first day it's trading as FXHO. So must have, first July the 3rd was the market holiday. With that float, 178,000 in the float, which is ridiculously low, you've got to be awfully careful. I didn't realize this. So even in the pre-market, this was got what, $26 or so, 26, 26.38 or so. And you can see that it won 3 races earlier. Now, here's another thing. If you load my race, if you, for instance, if you load my races from my homepage right now, don't think you've done something wrong if you don't see a top, like my top 10 list as I have it here. Your top 10 list will be built from when, starting from when you load your race. So right now it's 11:39 a.m. Eastern time. So that's, your top 10 list will be built from that time on. I loaded this, I loaded trade, actually it was fairly early for me today. I think it was around 4:30 my time. I think I loaded Trade Ideas. So my race started in the pre-market. Now the other thing is that if you load, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. So if you load my race from my homepage, okay, you're going to see, and if you stop the race and then I'll do it again, I'm going to just duplicate the race, so I'll show you what I'm talking about. So I'm going to duplicate the race, and then I click on the box that'll stop the race. Now right click, and then show the race setup. So if you load my race from my homepage, what I had when I put it on my homepage, I had auto started time checked. And because I didn't want my race to start until the 9:30 open. I changed my mind on that. You don't have to. So now I've checked auto start on load. What does that mean? Whenever I load trade ideas is when my race will start. So I loaded it, I'm loading it up in the pre-market. So that's why I get a lot of the pre-market stuff in here too. You don't have to do that, but if you want to, you just have to change it to uncheck the auto start at time and check auto start at load if you want to. And that's for both of these races. Okay, guys, so maybe the CLBT might be setting up later also. It's a big float, though, 123 million. Doesn't mean it's bad. Okay, now. Okay, I'm going to, you're not going to be happy with the answer circle. You cannot use, this is a PC-based program, okay? And when you, hopefully, I mean, I know it says if you have a PC or a Mac, click here. And so this is a PC-based program. You're not going to like the answer. The only way you can use it on a Mac is if you're willing to get a program like Parallels or something like that, like a PC emulation program. It's the only way. So if you've just taken out a subscription, you can always request a refund because it's not a Mac program. So here, info, info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, so here's the email address, info at trade-ideas.com. Give them your email that you used to sign up. They'll look at your account, okay, and just say, hey, listen, I didn't realize it was a Mac, it was not Mac based, or I could not use it. I mean, you can, but obviously you have to be prepared to use an emulation program like Parallels. See, I guess people just disregard this because here is the download right there. And are you a Mac user? Okay. And, well, I did. I did. I typed it in, info at trade-ideas.com right there. Okay. Info at trade-ideas.com. Okay. But there's what says, are you a Mac user? But I guess people just don't see that. Because when you click on that, it's going to tell you, this is a PC-based program. Well, they say they're working on sort of the web-based version that we had, okay, to make it, as robust as the downloadable application. But they're talking 2027. So do I think ever? Yeah, maybe. But so, ever is a long time. So could it ever happen? I guess so, but it's not gonna be anytime soon. All right, guys, 14 minutes or so, probably a little less. Chris sometimes shows up a little bit early. The only thing I'm in right now is I met you guys, METU. That's the only thing I'm in right now. So display resistance and support. I guess that you can check that. I don't know. Let's see. That'll be my last day, William. Okay, my last day. But for Ozzy, I'm going to sing "My Boomerang Won't Come Back." That's what I'm going to sing. Oh, I don't know. There is a Space X ETF on the TSX, but I can't find it on the US market. Oh yeah, there's a lot of them. SPCH is one. Okay, that's the long one. Okay, I'll show you how. I got to do it quickly though. So if you load this one, here's a quick way you can do it, NP. Okay, I'm just gonna. It doesn't matter which one you loaded. Okay, but I'm gonna duplicate this because I don't want to stop the race. Here's a quick way in which you can do it. If you click on the gear, it's going to okay. It's going to stop the race. Okay, now it's in red. So here's a quick way. If you can make a quick change to the price range. Okay, if that's what you want to do, and the minimum volume. Okay, but if you want more, then you click on advanced. Sounds like you probably want to do that. Click on advanced, and here's now. Now if I click on my summary, so you can see these two. That was the quick, but the stocks where the price was up at least 2% from yesterday's close. You can make a change here, or if you have any or if you have any trading experience at all, you can add filters of your own. Here's a Windows specific filters. All these you can do a search on, maybe a filter that you might want to add to the race. I don't know what exactly you want to do, but again, clicking on the gear, here's some quick changes, but you can click on advanced and then make a lot more changes if you want. Okay. I actually should have done this one because this is the one you were talking about. So duplicate that one and then just click on the gear. That'll stop the race. And now here's where I've got, a quick way. If you don't like my price range or you don't like that minimum volume, or if that's all you want to do, or that's a quick way to do it. But then you can click on the advanced and then you can start to add filters. I mean, here are all the filters I'm using. Here are the values I'm using. The float, 50 million. Um, Position in the day's range, the market cap. You can make changes if you want, or you can add filters if you want. Take them out if you don't like them. The reason for doing that is that then you don't have to start a top list completely from scratch. And then once you do that, say okay, and then your race will be changed. Just to look at, so your filters will be sure I don't. Your filters will be in place for your race. So sorry. So this is the other one unusual. I mean, SSPC is another one. This is if you thought that SpaceX was going to move down, you could buy this. This is a short version of it. Okay, you buy this one if you think SpaceX is going to move down, and then the other one was the SSPC. If you so those are the two ETFs. There are others, but I think these are the two major ones. Okay, they were the first ones, I believe. Certainly, I think they're probably the most liquid ones with the most volume. Okay. Foxhole, that's what you got to call this one, the FXHO. Boy, and what a crazy move. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the float. And remember, NP, like I said before, you load your race now, you're not going to get all these from before. Okay. Your top 10 list will be built from the time you have loaded your race. Just want to point that out because people say, well, wait a minute, I loaded your race. Why am I not seeing this top 10 list? Well, that's because my top 10 list started literally at 9:30 Eastern time. So it's been running for 2.5 hours. I mean, it's just ridiculous, you know. It's I mean, the volume. Well, the volume is. I thought actually the volume would be a lot more with that sort of a float, but still 5 million shares. It is traded. The float turnover is 28 times. You just have to resist the FOMO type trade. I have to resist it. Well, had there been shares available, but there are no shares available at Interactive Brokers. I mean, they're putting the big red not available for short sale, as opposed to as opposed to yeah, this contract will be available. I'm just went to another symbol, but they put the big red. Nope, we're not even going to try to find shares for you. But if they could, look at the fee rate, 954%. So this is again, this is from Interactive Brokers. It has nothing to do with trade ideas. Go- I'm glad. Yeah, I mentioned that Tosco, TSCO a long time ago. Okay, guys, I better put my announcement in. Chris is going to show up fairly soon. So on a break. And let me get my put the YouTube link in the main room. You want to head over and listen to Chris. Okay, he's not there yet, but I just want to put that in there so you guys can head over. Have to answer you later, NP, okay? Because I'm going to be taking my break. But I'll tell you what, if you go over to, I put the YouTube link in. Chris can certainly help you, okay? I put the YouTube link in and a scanner for large cap stocks. I mean, this in theory, here's the top list. Now, when you say a scan, I mean, this is the top list, okay? And, you know, it depends what you mean by large cap stock. You know, I've got 500 million market cap. If you want to put a billion or a larger float or a billion or 2 billion, you know, in a price range that you want. I mean, you can start off with this. And a scanner, though, a scanner typically then is giving you a real-time alert. So if you had all these and then you said, okay, show me if a stock meets all of these filter values and then makes a new high for the day, as an example. Okay. This is a top list window, so it's not going to show all of that. But, you know, here are all the real-time alerts that we've got. You don't have to learn them all, but so typically when you talk about a scanner, usually it means you have filters and then you want to say, okay, if all those filter values are met, show me when a stock makes a new high of the day, a new low of the day, or anyone else, any other of these real-time alerts. Now, don't expect you to learn them all. Don't have to learn them all, but that's typically what a scanner will do. But you have to pick what we call a trigger: a new high of the day, a new 5-minute high, a new low of the day, you know, things like that. But you can go over to YouTube. Chris will be there probably in a minute or so, and you can ask him the same question. But it's not sorted by volume. You see, you are now talking about a top list window. like a scanner. I know this is just semantics, but a scanner is a real-time alert. And it's got really, you don't want to sort it by volume because you want to see the last alert. You know, I mean, for instance, this is the last alert by time. So you could take that top list window and sort by volume, but I'm not sure that's what you really want to do. So you could take this top list window, and I could go, here's the volume. Here's the volume right there. But why is that, to me, why is that interesting? So BMNR in this top list window was traded 17.9. Remember, the whole idea of trade ideas, if you're intraday trading, is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So while BMNR is traded 17, I mean, that's 1.2 times normal. I mean, it's still a little bit abnormal, but it's not wildly abnormal. That's why when you look at this one, here's that relative volume filter. So this is trading 103 times normal, as an example. Okay, Chris is there now. Okay, so if you want to head over now, you can. Chris can probably help you also. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Christopher Varley, Mr. FIFA himself. I understand there's an opening now at FIFA. They need a VP. And,
yes.
I think you would be a perfect candidate. And my first duty would be if I would take that New Mexico, that England-Mexico game, and I would show it to everybody around the world who says, soccer's boring. Because I don't know if you saw that game from start to finish, but that was riveting.
I mean, so I watched more than just the first half. I was sitting with family or whatever at a party, and then we had to drive home about an hour or so, and we had it on the phone and through the Bluetooth with the radio. And I may or may not have been glancing at the screen while driving on occasion. We got back when the extra time was, the injury time or stoppage time, whatever you want to call it, was starting. And I mean, just what a game. I remember why I got so into soccer for so long. Yeah. I mean, all the other things you could complain about with this World Cup, that game and the Cabo Verde with Argentina, I mean, two of the greatest games I've ever watched of anything in my entire life. And anybody that says any different, well, screw you.
Even the Norway game against Brazil was
amazing.
Awesome. Yeah. Really, it was. Yeah, no, I am totally into it now, and I'll cheer for your team tonight. But I'm definitely. I think Spain and Portugal play today, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, talk about two countries side by side. I think they might have a bit of rivalry
just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Anyway, sorry, you don't want to dominate the trading room with soccer stuff.
That's once every 4 years.
I was just going to say, every 4 years you're going to listen to us. So I don't know if I'll be around 4 years from now doing this, but you never know. Okay.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, Chris. We'll see. We'll talk to you later.
Enjoy your break. We'll see you a little bit, Barry. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
So, all right, everybody. Happy Monday to you all. Hope you had a nice weekend, nice long weekend. Wherever you were or wherever you are in the world, the market, if nothing else, was closed on Friday this past week. So you at least had a long weekend from the market. And Monday, we're back at it today. So here we are going at it and all those types of things. As per usual, this is an open forum. We do not do any pre-done content on this. Let you folks drive content with your questions. And Daryl, you're welcome. Sorry about the, all the hoopla this morning. It was you and several others. And I was trying to get to everybody as quick as I could. And of course, all the regular stuff hanging over from the weekend. So, I got a ticket in for you on that exception thing. I look at those files, but I don't usually understand almost anything there. So I'm not any help on what it might be on this one, but they're into the, they're sorted and into the development team and see what they come back with for us there. I think the rest is good to go now with the trade station, something with a server. Sometimes the dev team explains things to me. I'm like, oh yeah, I get it. That makes sense. And sometimes they explain things, and I'm like, yeah, no, over my head. But again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Don't be shy. This is an open forum. It's here to help you with your questions on the software, what you're looking for, whether it be scanning or a data point, compare count windows, functioning of back testing, optimizing, under the scanning topic, the subsections of scanning topics with topless alert windows. With the topless, you got the underlying, or I should say the overlying races that could come from the topless windows, tree maps, any and all topics related to the software. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. This is your chance to put that all in there. Dedicate an hour each day just for those kinds of questions to really get you all moving in a positive way with the software towards what your goals are. Yeah, no, not life or death, but I mean, you're around long enough now. You know how I feel about when there's, any kind of errors or bugs in the software, and it happens with. I know it happens with every software, but I still hate it. It's always uncomfortable for me. I like to be able to just have things fixed instantly, like anybody else would, to show that we care, and we care. Everybody cares here. Um, you know what? For now, you could probably just ignore and continue. I loaded a couple of them up there because I seen you had a few there. So I loaded a few of them into the report that I created. If they ask me for any more, then I'll let you know. And then if you can think of anything you're doing, like if you're clicking something specific, you're clicking on a window or you're opening any type of new window and the exception happens, let us know that too. And the error itself in the log says object of reference is not there, or some crap like that, which just doesn't mean a lot to me. So I don't. I have a ticket in right away this morning when I saw that. I haven't heard back on that specifically yet, as far as regarding for the news. So it's in there. They're aware. They're looking into it. They don't have a beat on where the outage is coming from. If it's from our end on the API or the news sources end on the API. All right, so just randomly popping while watching the money machine. All right, good to know. Good to know. I suspect it's brokerage plus related. That's that's what I suspect, but I could just not sure 100%. But the minds that are greater than mine will have a look at all that. So again, don't be shy. Anybody with questions, come one, come all. What's working? Oh, they're working better than the races. Interesting. All right, good to know. Good to know. Do I use hard stops or mental ones? Um, well, I mean, I don't put my stops in. I don't put stop orders in, but they are hard stops. I never like, oh well, I'll let it go 5 cents more. Or I'll let it go 10 cents more. I have, I execute them when it's time. I have price alerts and I keep an eye, before it gets to the stop, so I can really be on top of it. It's not for me. It's not a stop hunting thing either. That's what I do. With your own filters, you can't create filters if that's what you're trying to do. You have to work with the data points within the system. I mean, there is a formula editor where you can use the data points and filters that we have to string together and make filters, but you can't, we don't have EMAs, for example, so you can't make an EMA filter. It doesn't exist. So you have to work with what's here, in an alert window or top list in the search. You got to work with these data points in here. There's no EMAs, so there's no way to do an EMA. So, creating your own scan, you start it new and you decide, are you making an alert window or a top list? That's generally where things will start. Multi-strategy windows are just a way to put a bunch of alert windows into one window to save space, essentially. The windows all work separately, but inside one container window, basically. And then tree maps and races are derivatives of top lists. So you start with a top list. But, with an alert window, you've got these, and go to search, you've got these single icons that are an event, or what we call an alert. It's a thing that happened. New high and new low, standard deviation breakout or breakdown, so on and so forth. All these single icons are your alert events. So that's one part of a alert window scan. And then the next part is the filters. They've got these dual icons indicating minimum and maximum values, the tealish color and the purple color, teal being minimum value and the purple being a maximum value. And you have to add those filters. You click on what you want for a filter, click add filter to bring you to a window specific filter, and you give it a minimum and or a maximum. You don't have to have both. You can have one or the other. You can have both. And then essentially the scan will look for stocks that meet that scan. So, for example, if you had a scan and you selected a new high for the alert, right? You'd be looking for stocks making a new high, and then also have whatever filters you've selected and the values you've given them. And when a stock matches all that, you get bang, a time-stamped alert saying, hey, this stock did what you were looking for, and here it is essentially. So that's the one main type of scanning, or I could consider one main type of scanning. And then the other main type of scanning is a top list, and those are only filters. There's no alert or event. So it's just going to be a list that refreshes on its own every few seconds with a list of the stocks that meet that scan. And then they're ordered in various ways. There's first, our server sort. So just for example, let's say you got, 3,000 stocks meet the scan. Well, the first, however many you set it up for will come into the scan based on the server sort. You're sorting from a change from close or open or shares traded day, so on and so forth. And then top lists also have what we call a display sort. So here's a top list, and the display sort is based on price right now. So everything is in ascending order of price for the way it's displayed like that. I think that's what you were asking. Just double check and let me know that that's kind of what you're headed. And I know it's a brief and broad overview. Well, maybe not brief, but there's a lot that can be covered with any of this stuff. And I mean a lot, but I know it's a broad overview. So if you have follow-up questions, fire them at me. How do we know which worked in pre-market? I have a PDF I can send you. Email me. Email here, info at trade-id.com. Email me there and say, hey, Chris, I'm looking for your video and PDF on pre-market scanning. I have a video, I think it's a decent video, and it goes over some ins and outs and my thoughts on pre-market scanning. And then I have a PDF that'll tell you what data points do and do not work in the pre-market as well. And again, keep the questions coming. If you have follow-up questions, anything that I've said here, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Get them in for me, please. Can I explain trading above specialists? It is not something I've ever looked at or used in my entire life. Let's see if I can figure anything out. There's a help page, so trading above specialists. So let's click help and we'll look at it together. Only applies to NYSE and Amex stocks, and they work during normal market hours. If a print is above the specialist offer, then we display a trading above specialist. Okay. All right, so yeah, a couple of notes on it here. You've got the quality column here, and I'll tell you the amount of times that the alerts that the prints were higher than the actual offer, the best offer. So that's just one other part of it. But just simply prints coming in above the offer, essentially. And the flip side of it would be, trading below and be prints coming in below. So it's essentially you're looking for stocks trading outside of, the distance from market, essentially. And you can do that with any of the data points that we have, what I just did there. You click on any one of these, you press help, you're going to get one of these web pages here with some descriptions and details for you. And again, anybody else with other questions, don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. Check. Hold on, sorry. Notice that you're typing. Gotcha. Yeah. I'm not sure if that's intended or not. I do know that the alert windows, when they alert, steal the focus in other regards that are similar to that. So I would have to surmise that's in line with the way the rest of the software is written at this point. When you're talking about the AI assist and typing in it and the alert windows going off. Check JOBY. Sure. Take a look at that. JOBY. So yeah, it looks like it's been in a long-term downtrend anyways. Up today, of course. So 90 some odd cents, almost, well, not almost, it's 10.75%. So it's having itself an all right day. It's not doing anything special volume wise, really. Only 1.54 in the relative. So with 20 plus million shares traded, it's pretty active stock, it looks like. I don't know if there's any other, specific talking point you had on it or you were alluding to, but I mean, just overall downtrend, over the last however many years. Did have this base, broke out for a little bit, but headed back south for the time being, anyways. Is there a reason for the web browser blocking the screen? I'm not sure what you mean by the web browser blocking the screen. Sorry. Might be easier if you can email me a screenshot of what you're referencing and let me know when the email comes in. Again, you can email me to info@trade-ideas.com. You can email me a screenshot with some context behind what it is, what we're looking for, and hopefully I'll be able to assist with an answer there. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Get those in. It's Chris running the room today. Well, I'm not running the room. I'm just doing the hour support session as usual on Mondays. I always do Mondays for this hour. Barry will be back at 1 o'clock Eastern. And again, don't be shy, folks. Keep the questions coming. Keep the questions coming. You got it. You got it. Happy to help. Happy to help. I changed this to a weekly from a daily, and this from a 60-minute to a daily, and this from a 5-minute to a 60. I actually meant to put a 5-minute chart up here for this, but whatever. Unless we have a purpose to go into a shorter term chart, I'm not going to put up a 5-minute chart. Other than that, I don't know when the last time I changed anything with my layout is. I did change that sometime last week, but I mean, most of the other stuff, the races, the compare count window, the scans, that's all been the same for, I think, a few years anyways. I don't change much up these days. Again, don't be shy, folks. Any questions? Let's get those in there. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Open forum and all that. Keep them rocking and rolling. Keep them rocking and rolling. I notice on the weekly chart you're using the browser interface, but not the daily 60. Can I explain why? Yes. We just want to show off a picture-in-picture chart. And I like to have the trade wave up there to show it off during live streams too. In full confession, once this live stream is over, I turned it on right before the live stream started, and I'll turn it off right after the live stream ends. I don't like things on my charts anymore. When I do some on my own scanning and I'm really looking deep into stuff, I'll throw a picture-in-picture chart up there with the browser in the evenings or very early pre-markets when I'm going through and doing a bunch of scanning for it. But during the rest of the day, I don't really need it up there. I don't want anything on my charts. I have the stocks I'm looking at that if I'm going to do anything, I'll be, I already know what I'm doing. I don't need anything extra at that point. What levels do I see for MSTR short? MSTR, I'm not sure what you mean by what levels, like support and resistance. At this point, it looks like it has support somewhere around 0. Yeah, I'm the same way on the browser interface. Not just the browser interface, just indicators in general, I should say. I just don't like things on my chart anymore outside of the period low 20. It still has actually still has an indicator on here. I do not want. Edit. EMA, remove, save, close. There we go. I just like to keep my charts clean. Yeah, for MSTR. I mean, on this weekly chart, it still looks like it's ready to go. Go to the low side at this point. One could start to make an argument for a bit of a bear flag here. I'm not a bear or bull flag person, but having done enough CMT and technical analysis study, my eye sees it. Can't help it. But I mean, look how far back you got to go to like find levels below this. Not as far back as I thought. 2+ years, 2.5 years. But yeah, it doesn't look good for what is this? MicroStrategy, right? MSTR, it's MicroStrategy. Doesn't look good. Where will it end up? I mean, I have no clue. Everybody's guess is as good as the next person's. But, draw a line here. I'm just going to close that picture-in-picture for a second. Yeah, I mean, it's already taken this out from August of back 2 years ago. So, I mean, we could be looking at levels, dropping below levels into 2023 territory here. Doesn't look good. Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, it's not to say this thing can't, like anything else, skyrocket itself, that's for sure. Obviously, it's going to need some kind of catalyst to do that at this point. Generally speaking, I'm a believer in Newton's first law of motion when it comes to stocks. A body in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by another force. And what I mean by that is if a stock is going down, and especially if the rest of the market is pretty strong and a stock is going down, there isn't really a reason for it to stop going down unless some kind of big news or something comes out to help reverse its course. That doesn't mean it can't do it or won't do it. It's just, why would anybody all of a sudden become interested in a stock that's in a downtrend when there's nothing to change that downtrend, essentially, if that makes sense? Just my 2 cents anyways. I do believe MicroStrategy is essentially Bitcoin at this point for the most part, if I'm not mistaken. And it's going to need Bitcoin to, it's going to need Bitcoin believers again for this to come back. I'm 99% sure this is. Let me check here. Yeah, Michael J. Saylor. Yeah, yeah. So this is yeah. So it's tightly tied to Bitcoin, and Bitcoin's another one of those things. I don't really have any opinion on it. The one thing I can say is, look, I know a lot of people have money tied up into it, and I don't like anybody losing money, so I have no problem with Bitcoin going up, and hope everybody makes all the money in the world on it. It's not something I understand, and I don't need it explained to me, and I don't care. It's the same thing for me in gold and silver. Gold has no value to me whatsoever. Makes no sense. It's shiny, awesome. So is glass. Gold isn't as rare as people once believed it to be, and yet it remains, a high value rock for whatever reason, because people decided it would be. I know that's triggering for some people, and it is what it is. And again, I've traded gold stocks, no problem trading them. I think I can make money on it. I'm going to trade it. I don't need a reason why other than the chart. That's it. There's no real world value for gold. You can't take it into a store and buy groceries. You can't take it to a car dealership and buy a car. So good stuff, good stuff. Just, you know what? I'm going to pull this up as a monthly chart now. I'm doing it as a weekly. Let's look at it as a monthly, because that could help us a little bit more. Let me get rid of the browser interface too. I want to clean this part out of it. So yeah, like we're looking here. I'm just diving a little deeper since no other questions are coming in. So yeah, we've taken out these levels. This is a really big level that we started to take out here. I mean, look at this right here, and we're below that now, and we're bumping back, bumping ahead back into it essentially at this point, that $100 level. And $100 level is huge psychological level for stocks. So giving up that $100 level, not great. And you got all the way down here as far as monthly goes, I don't know, 45-ish, give or take. Let me pull the browser back in because this will give me a better look at that. So low of that, yeah, 46.75, right? So, I mean, in theory, looking at it from a monthly standpoint, below $100, this thing's got room to go down without a question. Will it? I have no idea. I'm not shorting it. That's for sure. And again, any with questions, don't be shy. Fire those questions in. We got some time here hanging out. Happy to rock and roll with it all. All right, all right, all right. I'll have some fun, I guess, a little bit. Let's look at, I'm going to go back to weekly chart here. Well, let's dive around some of like the large cap stocks. We'll start with, I had an Apple chart up here, so we'll start back there and talk about it. So Apple on a weekly chart, looking pretty good. Looking pretty good on a weekly chart, that Apple right now. You got that resistance of all-time highs right there. We'll pull back and see if we can get a running start and bang right through that. Did something similar right there, right? Larger playouts like that here. I've seen a lot of that on Apple right now. Looking pretty good, Apple. Google. Let's look at the Googsters. Interesting, right? Got that kind of pullback look and seeing what's going. So, looking at it from a longer time frame standpoint, nice, beautiful run up here. Pull back, zapped on through. Is it doing it again, or is it going to flatten and run sideways for a bit? Is it going to flatten and fall? Everybody's guess is as good as the next person's, but it's an interesting setup. Backdrop of the market still very strong. I feel like I saw a lot of posting around last week about things not being good and whatever else, and I don't know what many consider to be the most important index in the world, Dow Jones Industrial Average, making more new all-time highs. So that can't be bad, right? Hard to put a bad spin on that. Very hard to put a bad spin on that. And IWM's looking pretty decent itself here, up at near all-time highs. This is it right up here these days. It's cracked 300 again today. Cracked it and under it, cracked it and under it, and back over it again. So, when you've got the most risky stocks in the basket of the bunch, and people are investing or trading or holding, however you want to slice or dice that, generally it means people are more a believer in that kind of growth, because it's where you're going to find your biggest growth, usually through the IWM. The Qs representing the NASDAQ, running sideways, but I mean, one just okay day, it doesn't even have to be a great day, and we're at all-time highs again. And SPY on the S&P 500 is no different. Yeah, just you need like a very medium okay day, and you're right up there at all-time highs again with this as well. So, I don't really see anything bear. Again, we could wake up tomorrow and we could be crashing tomorrow. You never know. Is it possible? Sure. Doesn't look likely, but let's jump around some other large caps, some mega caps. And again, if anybody has questions, feel free to interrupt. I'm just doing this to, pass some time and keep it relevant or relative, closely related to the market itself. So Microsoft, this one ain't looking too great. We've seen better, right? Not the best looking here. Well, could argue a head and shoulders. Could make that argument. There'd be a really wide shoulder or complex shoulder. I'm not a pattern person. I see them. Someone else may look at it and be like, what the hell is he talking about? That's fair. Just what my eye sees. But yeah, Microsoft down in this level here, can't hold it. You're looking down towards this level here, it looks like. So yeah, Microsoft isn't looking too hot. For those people that think it's 7 stocks holding up the market, well, I guess Microsoft is not one of those 7 stocks, right? And for the record, I do not believe it's 7 stocks holding up the market. I never have. Amazon, decent looking, bit of sell off over the last few weeks. I think it's anything epic here, but it's been a while since it's really made any major move up. Kind of stuck in a range. overall, if we look in the picture in picture, still pretty decent uptrend overall. It is pinning itself in a little bit, painting itself in that corner a little bit. So see what it does. But, overall kind of thing. We're moving up, we sell off, we're moving up, a little pullback and up to some more all-time highs. A little pullback, can't quite get through it. Another pullback, smash through it, another pullback. And again, what's it going to do from here? But not a bad looking chart. Who else is real big out there that we could look at? Meta. Everybody's favorite social media stock. Meta Platforms. Pretty lackluster here. Doesn't look like it's any dire straits necessarily, but a little toppy, a little tipsy toppy here on it in a while. Here. Since it was an uptrend, it's been a while. It's been in a downtrend for several months now. Year, whatever it is. 8 months, 10 months, something like that. So yeah, Meta, seen worse days, definitely seen better too. Meta, Netflix, right? Everybody's favorite streaming service. That don't look good. Netflix don't look too hot. So, pretty beautiful run, some consolidations and pullbacks in there without a question. And then just, hindsight being 2020, dead cat bounce there. It's taking out those lows, trying to hold it now. Back up over it. And yeah, Netflix doesn't look too awesome right now. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, NVIDIA. I thought about that. NV. It's not typing. What's going on here? Oh, well, that was terrible. Let's see. Duplicate. Back to a weekly chart here. There we go. NVIDIA. That browser interface back up there. That looks all right, Uptrend, consolidation, trying to get it back. Testing the breakout level here. Does it have that going on? That going on? That going on? But it's not a bad looking chart. Looks all right still. Not too shabby, not too shabby. So still a couple of minutes, folks. If anybody has questions, don't be shy. What other big stock can we look at here? No. Grasping at straw. Tesla for fun. It's got a big market cap, right? Yeah, 1.5 trillion market cap. It's another mega cap. Pretty choppy, this one. You know. Boom up, boom down, boom up, sell off. Lots of topping and bottoming shadows on it. Volatile stock, this Tesla. Volatile stock. Let's see, 498.83 is the all-time high. So I'm guessing that's it right there. Just kissed off the 500. So, overall, the last couple of years, uptrend, but that is not without some serious volatility. Absolutely serious volatility on that. And again, a few more minutes left here, folks, while I'm on the mic. You got a question or three? Don't wait till the last minute to get it in, please. I have noticed recently, as Barry comes back and I'm exiting, I get a number of people start throwing questions as I'm on my way off the mic. So don't wait. Get it in now. Let's see. Let's load up a different scan for fun. See what this looks like, my lifetime high scan. So these are all stocks, been 15% of a lifetime high. Should change that. So let's go 95%. See what it looks like. Still a pretty sizable list here. HONA. Honeywell Aerospace. Good Lord. IQMX. Huh. Interesting. PTRN. Some newer stocks through here. MetLife, that is not a new stock, but it is making all-time highs today. CLYM. Interesting how many newer stocks are at the top of this list. All making new all-time highs. Bank of New York Mellon, BNY. IWD, Russell 1000 Value ETF. No idea what that is. I mean, I have an idea, but not something I generally look at. But that's looking pretty strong as far as charts go. This is some kind of finance stock. Yeah, Financial Group, Mitsubishi, commercial banking. BTSG, Bright Spring, Home Healthcare Services. They're just on a steady march for a while here. I wonder if they pay a dividend. Oops. Doesn't look like it. Nah, this is a nonsense. Treasury Open Fund. RPRX. I feel like I've seen this before. Does it jog your memory, this chart, Barry? Stock? I feel like I've seen it
No,
before.
but what I want to do is I want you to give us your best impression of gold, okay? In
No, absolutely not.
it's
I don't want to
1
break
minute
anybody's
long.
windows or glasses.
When was the first one of those?
Oh, I kind of have no
I mean,
idea.
it's been a long time, but I mean, the first time North American audiences heard that, I'm sure they went, "What?"
Oh, without a question. Without a question.
Pretty amusing, though. Pretty amusing. Anyway, are you doing a double duty this week, or is it somebody else?
I'm not entirely sure. There hasn't been a double duty in a while, and I do believe I was the last one to do it because we had,
Okay,
Juneteenth, and then Steve and I were off, and then
right.
there's something else. Oh, 4th of July. Duh.
Something else. I know there was something. Okay, well, I'll let you guys work it out because that'll be either you tomorrow or Steve or Andy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna hope that one of them wants to do it because I want to watch that match.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, I'm sure though. I'm sure even if it's in theory supposed to be you, I'm sure they allow you to do a switcheroo. So
Yeah, if not, everybody will have to just listen in while I've got it on the TV
that's
and
right.
support.
And then you can go goal. Okay.
We'll all watch it together.
Okay.
Let me
All right,
stop
Chris.
my screen here.
Yeah,
There we go. You should be good to go.
I am. I got it.
Perfect.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Give me a moment. Just back in both rooms now. Get rid of the message and get my music going, and then we're good to go. Now, I actually didn't leave my computer. I was doing a workout. So my computer was, my screens were very visible, and I saw that Met U take a massive move up. I mean, it was on a little bit of volume. I thought, right, because I was in this one. Now, the minute it gave up 50, I got out some, and then I got out of all. Okay, that was, you don't see that often. That's a big move. When you don't see bars like that. I mean, granted, this is a two timer for Meta, but let's just take a look at Meta. There you go. I don't know what spiked it. Probably some news came out of nowhere, volume that just spiked Meta. So that's it, guys. That's it. I don't have anything on right now. Now, I think you went over to YouTube, didn't you, NP? I think I saw a question that looks like it would have been your question. How do you create a top list or an alert window? Now, hopefully, I don't know if Chris said, but I mean, hopefully you've done those videos, the 12 short videos, because, I think the second one talks about alert windows versus top list windows to see if CNBC halftime report. Okay. Apple, Meta, Alphabet. Okay. Thank you. Probably. That was a big move, though. That was a big move. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that right there at the time. Yeah, right there. I was sitting at my computer and whoa, yes. And then it stopped. Well, that's a 12:15 candle. The 12:15 candle. That's on a 5 minute, 15, and a 5. All right, guys. Well, time is in now 1:03. So I'll go over my homepage for one last time today. including all the scans that I'm currently sharing. And Vandana, I'm assuming you answered your own question. Okay, I'm assuming I'm just looking here at why new high alert after 9:06. Yeah, so I'm sure you answered your own question. You must have used the postmark or pre-market high, not just a normal high. Okay, guys, click on my homepage link and you will find this at the very top, how to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So we have two promo codes. We have one for a premium annual. If you're willing to take out a premium annual, but don't start off, if you don't know anything about this program, and especially if you had no idea about trading, please don't start off with a 30% out of the premium annual. Okay? Please don't do that. You can always start off with a monthly. Make sure you understand what the program can do. Because you take out an annual subscription, there's really no way to get your money back. Okay, so don't start off with an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want to do this. Okay, William, I see that. I'll pass that on. So, and then the other code is Barry25. You can get 25% off the two monthlies, the monthly premium, monthly standard, or 25% off an annual standard subscription. So there are two promo codes going right now. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Whatever it is, it changes obviously from time to time on my homepage. Why? Because the two rooms I moderate, they're free. Moderate a YouTube room and the main room. They're free. The company doesn't mind keeping them free as long as if they see enough people using my code, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Now this room, the trading room, is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so it's too early for me. So that's why Obi does it. He lives in Boston area. So that room is open at 6:45. So if you're looking to interact with other traders during the pre-market, come into this room. It's free. I get on the mic, both rooms around sometime between 9 and 9:15. Now, William said today, whenever I leave, sometime usually between 2 and 2:30, he's going to keep the room open for at least 5 minutes after I leave, and he will keep it open longer if he sees people, discussing stocks. If he doesn't see anybody posting about stocks, he's just going to shut it down. Okay, so he'll keep it open about at least 5 minutes after I leave. So it's up to you guys. And keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. So this is what I was talking about earlier, NP. I don't know if you did this, but if you're just taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's 12 short videos to get you started. And the second video, alerts versus top lists. Well, like why would you use one over the other? Introduction to charts, etc. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, this is what I would do. Start off with that second video, go to the end, gives you an idea about what the program is capable of doing. And you can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. And yes, you do pay for the month. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are, sharing a lot of information. I don't have it all up and running, but some people want a momentum scan, and here's a gap scanner, which I'll probably start using once we get heavily into earnings season. But this is what you can see. The large cap race is right here. The more volatile race is over here. The daily trend reversals that I talk about quite a bit now. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. So if you have any questions, and here's the halt resumes. More information than a scan, but information telling you when stocks are halted and when they resume. So Any questions about the scans or anything else about trade ideas? You can ask away. Okay, so maybe this one will be a little interesting. Okay, this RELX, it's well just made a new high for the day, had a little bit of a pullback, and now maybe a resumption. Okay, so RELX. However, let's look left. Oh, it's got room. Okay, 33.07. So it's got not quite a dollar to that next high. So it's a big float, 1.77 billion in the float. So it's not going to move massive percentage wise, but it could be an interesting play going into the close after that little bit of a pullback. Look how it followed the wave all the way up. Once it broke through the VWAP, just followed the wave all the way up without piercing it at all. Well, a little bit of a pierce on the red on that red bar, but other than that, let's see what RPD looks like. A little bit similar, not quite as nice. A little bit similar, following the wave all the way up. Had a little pullback, and now a resumption. And where's the next guy looking left for that one? Wow, this has got a lot of room. Okay, there's the next daily high right there, that red line. If I expand my daily chart, I would see whatever day that was, but I don't really have to. It was sometime in this month, but I'm more interested in the. So it's over a dollar away from the next high looking left, and that is RPD. So there's a lot of room, and the market just took a big pop. Just took a nice little pop here, guys. So let's just take a little bit, or take a look at the AI assistant. Okay, so this is a canned one. Generate a top list window. So you could have typed this in, but you could have said, show me the 20 biggest percentage gainers today. Price between 5 and 100, with at least 3 times relative volume, an average daily volume of over a million, and I don't want ETFs, and include the extended hours. So there's in English language, there's a way in which you could have created a scan, and so you can do that English language. You could actually, if you have a mic like I do, you can actually speak right into the mic and do that. You don't have to type it in. Let's see what it came up with. Here we go. So that's how it is. That's how it works. Okay. Now you've got to have an idea about what you want to see. But even if you didn't, you could start off with, okay, I want to see, and if you stump the AI, it's going to say we don't recognize exactly what you're trying to do. Maybe we don't have that filter. Need a little clarification. So it kind of works alongside you. But this is here's the one. I mean, Shaz meeting all the filter requirements. We asked it between $500 daily volume on a 10-day period, at least a million shares a day. Current volume at least three, meaning three times normal up to this time of day. This is this little hack, this EPS. So if you don't want to see ETFs, warrants, things like, well, maybe yeah, probably warrants, things like that. You just have to use this filter, the earnings per share filter, because only stocks have earnings per share. So you put some like a very mild positive number in here and a negative number in here, and that'll prevent your seeing ETFs if you don't want to. If I take it out, let's see what happens if I take it out. See if any get added in. Yeah, and you can see that some ETFs came in. So, it's up to you. That's how easy it is, guys. Just ask the question, type it in. Well, that's going to really help our support people, I think, is that when people say, "Do you have a scan that can do this?" And we can say, "Okay, well, let's try to put it together," and then very easily, quickly, and then we can just give you the link. Now, can we do everything? No. When I say that, I mean, do we have every single indicator and filter? No, we don't. So it would help to have an idea about what we do have, and then you can say, okay, can you create me a filter or a scan that can do this? Well, guys, we have a very quiet group today and not too many questions. So again, I love the questions. It keeps me engaged. But if there are no questions, I may just put myself on mute and hop back on the mic if there's some questions. Not yet, but maybe in a bit. Let's see if this FX. You see, this is one that, in theory, if it took out the high right there, it could have a late day run. Very, very, very volatile, though. Very, very speculative. 178,000 shares in the float. I wonder if the fizz will start to fizzle here, guys. This showed up really early on the trend reversal scan. You can see exactly what happened. It had a big day on Thursday, and it's giving it up today. But it's really from the original alert of 31.58. I mean, it's barely moved 20 cents. But maybe it'll start to move down now. The next low looking left, it's got room, I think. Yeah, I mean, the next low looking left is about $1 away. And if you're not seeing the AI assistant, you're wondering, well, where am I seeing that? You have to download the latest beta, okay? The latest beta is right here. So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. And here's the beta, download beta. This is, okay, are you a Mac user? Please, if you're a Mac user, click on this. You may not want the program. It's that simple. Okay. You can use AWS or Parallels or something like that in order to sort of turn your Mac into a PC or to allow you to have access to the downloadable application. But so please listen carefully. If you're sitting out there thinking, yeah, I'm going to take this program, but if you're a Mac user, if you're not prepared to do this, then please don't take out a subscription. And here, right underneath the download data, the release notes, and here it is, the AI system. No, for all. It's for all. It's got nothing to do with our AI as such. Okay, I mean it's. But how can we not call this an AI assistant when it literally uses, well, ChatGPT, or I guess it's got a bunch of them, bunch of the ChatGPT type programs that it goes through, Gemini and Claude and Claude, as I'm going to call it, Claude. All right, guys. Well, time is it now? 1:20. Well, why don't I do one? Okay, I'll just show you a real simple one. That I'll actually speak into the mic. I have to get rid of this. I don't know. Yeah, okay. So just give me a moment. So let me get rid of my music. All right. So I'm just going to create one. I'm just going to speak into my mic and I'm going to create one. All right. How about showing me a scan? And the trigger is going to be a new high for the day. I want stocks between $1 and $50. Minimum traded 500,000 shares with a relative volume of at least four, and that are up at least 3% from the previous day's close. Remember now, this is a real-time alert. So that's the last one that happened at 1:15. That was the last one that triggered, as an example. Okay. But I could keep this up and running and just see, what else comes in. But that's, and just to confirm that it's doing what I wanted it to do. New high of the day, price between 1 and 50. Current volume is at least four. Volume is at least 500,000 shares, and the price was up at least 3% from the previous day's close. I mean, it was that simple. I just spoke into the mic. You saw what I did. And it called it daily high breakouts. So by giving it that name, I can then refer back to that name. Maybe I created other scans and I could say, hey, you know what? You created that daily high breakouts probably even yesterday. I don't know. Actually, I don't know that. I don't know how long it keeps things in its memory. But certainly if I wanted to make a change, I could. If I said, you know what, take that and make it between 1 and 100 instead. Let's see. Okay, you just created a scan called daily high breakouts. Change that price range from 1 and 50 to 1 and 100. Okay, so it's, obviously that is going to still be the same, but let's just make sure it did it, and it did it. Okay, so I mean that's how you can do it, guys. You just have to click on the link. You don't have to do anything more than download the beta. Okay, all your work is saved. You don't have It's not going to overwrite anything. Okay, just download the beta. Okay, I just put the download link, Monica. Okay, I just put the download link. So all you have to do is just click. Whoops. Well, click on the download link that I just put in, and you'll be brought to the download page. And just download it. You don't. There's nothing more to do. You don't have to. I mean, what I probably would do is get out of your like file. Okay, file and exit, save, or save the layout and all. Probably do that just to make sure, and then go to the that link and download the data. What'll happen is it'll download the beta, and it'll load your last layout, assuming that's what you want to do. So you don't have to worry about losing anything. Okay. I'm not sure you have to stop. I think I'm not sure you have to stop the program. It may even ask. I don't know. I mean, I always do that. I exit the program and then I download the beta. So you might not want to do it right now. You might want to do it uh, at the end if you don't want to lose all. If you have races going, or you might not want to lose all your data, or if you don't care, then just save your work and then download the beta, and then it'll just load it and you'll be set to go. Where do I think RELX can go? Well, that's the one I was talking about a little earlier, right? Well, I mean, the next high. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there is the next high. But I'm not saying it's going to get there. But you don't have to worry about any chart resistance until you get to that 3307. So I'm not saying I have no idea where it's actually going to go, but I mean, at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Well, near term, it's not like the next high is a dime away. But how much further it's going to go? I mean, I obviously I don't know. Well, I thought there'd be a little more interest in this AI assistant, but okay. I think it's really good for people who are kind of new and still kind of stumbling around trying to create a scan if they want to. And Pepe, am I right? If you still had the program open and you tried to download the beta, does it do like most programs would say something like you must close down your program before you can load another version? Like most programs do, I think. I've just never tried to do that because I just think it's okay. So if you install it, it will close the app. Okay, so you don't actually have to close it and then install it if you don't want to. Okay, closes the app and saves all your work, whatever you might have done. Oh, StubHub really a lot earlier. Wow, StubHub. I mean, another one. Look at that beautiful move into the VWAP and then from the VWAP on. Just give me a moment, guys. Hey guys, I have to make a phone call, okay? So I'm going to be on mute for a bit. All right, guys, I am now back for a bit. All right, guys. Let's see what else is happening. Just on his okay, bros. Let's see, BROS. So this one is straight down. This is in theory was showed up in the bouncers toppers, but there's no bounce yet in this one. Minor bounce right now, and that's for the BROS. I don't know if there's any bad news about this one or not. I don't see anything, but I don't know if there is. All right, guys. Yeah. So here's the bros. I mean, and this is just the reverse. We see stocks that move up into the VWAP from below. It stopped, and then they just for a while anyway. That was about 30 minutes of trying to get through the VWAP, and then said nope, and just kept moving down. Best thing I can say about this NIVF is that it's just sort of basing. I mean, basing right at the VWAP. Maybe you never know, but maybe it has a spurt at the end of the day. Guys, SpaceX is really starting to give up 160 now. SPCX is really starting to give up 160 now. That next low looking left is 155.70, and it's picking up steam on the downside. So again, if you want to, what is it, SSPC? I think SSPC. So if you thought SpaceX was going to continue down, you could buy this one. This is the short for it. You'll get double the move. So if SpaceX moves down 1%, this will move up 2%. Not saying to do it. I'm just pointing out the opportunity. So this is what I mean. So if I'm going to type SpaceX here, you can see how SpaceX is moving down and this one is moving up. Okay. So this is, again, if you don't want to short a stock for whatever reason, maybe you're not allowed to in your account, or you don't understand it, or whatever the reason, so instead of trying to short this SPCX, you could buy this one, but you're going to get double the move. Notice this is down 2.5% and this is up 5%. This is really kind of picking up steam though, isn't it? I mean, this is a big red bar now. Sort of mimicking the SPY a little bit here, guys. Yeah. I mean, there's a SPY now. SPY was so strong most of the day. However, starting to fade a bit, getting down below the VWAP. That purple line on my chart, that is the VWAP. You can, Pat. You may not like the answer though. Okay. So I'll just take this alert window, okay, just to demonstrate where it is. So if I right click and click on configure and then click on search, and this is a good exercise for everybody too. If you're wondering what we can do, and your question was, VWAP, okay? I'm going to type in VWAP in the search. So you can see we've got crossed above the VWAP and crossed below the VWAP. Now, here's the problem that some people have with it. It requires some volume confirmation, which you cannot really dictate. And some people don't like that. So you can get a cross, but if it's only on like one share. So for instance, if I left click on this, okay, to highlight it, and then click on help, this is going to give you understanding this. I think there's some reference to the volume. Maybe not. I'm sure there's got to be some reference to the volume that has to be. Even if there isn't. Well, if you're talking about a crosses, that's a real-time alert. Okay, crosses are alerts. You can't use them in a top list window. Now you can find stocks that are close to the VWAP in a top list window if that's what you want to do, but not the cross. But you can find stocks that are close, either just a little bit above or a little bit below, if that's what you want. This is an alert window, but yeah, because these are when you see these icons, these are real-time alerts. Okay, these are alerts to be used with scans, like alert windows. These icons here, these are to be used with top list windows. But for instance, I could get rid of that. So here's one near the VWAP, over and under, as an example. That's a top list window. Let's see what it looks like. So if I look at AVAH, there's the VWAP. You see the purple line? So it's a little bit above it. My guess is the way I've color coded this, I think to be above. I may be wrong, but let's take a look at the CNK. Now it's a little bit above it, but it's negative for the day. That's what the orange meant. But you can see that you're going to see stocks in here that are near the VWAP. Could be below, could be above. This is now just below the VWAP, and this is how that gets or is structured. So here, the distance from the VWAP, I don't want it to be anywhere Well, that's in my cloud. I can give it to you. That's in my cloud. If you want it, I can give it to you. It's in my cloud though. But I can give it to you if you want, and then you can always make adjustments. Just to let you know though, the max above it is going to be 0.5%, and the max below it is going to be minus 0.5%. That's the distance from the VWAP. So that's why you're going to find stocks that are either just a little above. It could be right on the VWAP also, but just a little bit above or a little bit below. That's what that filter does. After that, you can pick your price range and your minimum volume that you want and other things, but that's the filter that'll show you stocks that are right around the VWAP. So if you want it, I can give it to you. Yeah, I'll just give it to you. You can adjust. Well, I'd be minus zero point 0.5 and plus zero point 0.5. Okay, but I can give it to you. I mean, so you don't have to. But then you can make changes, whatever you want to do. I think stocks unhinged. You want this also? Okay, in our YouTube room. And again, with anything that I'm sharing, any of my scans, of course you can make changes if you want. Maybe you don't like the price range, or you want more you can add filters. If you want to expand that, to 1% top or minus 1%. So within 1% either way, it's up to you. Now you could have gone to the AI assistant. It says, show me stocks that are no more than 1% above the VWAP or no more than 1% below the VWAP, you know, and with, the volume of 200,000 shares and price range of 1 to 50, you could have used the AI assistant to do exactly that. Boy, this SpaceX is really picking it up, guys. We're getting close to that low, I think, that I looked at. 155.88. It's right there. Actually, it's below the. Actually, okay, 155.88 was the low on Thursday, and then the low on Wednesday was 155. It takes out 155. Look out below 151.88. Just have to look at a daily chart, and you see what I'm looking at right there. And you can just see exactly what happened to that short. If you'd bought this, this is what would have happened. As SpaceX continues down, this continues higher. Now, if you think, eventually SpaceX is going to have a bounce, you can look at this one, SPCH. Still moving down though. Okay, guys, are there any more questions? We're getting close to the 2 o'clock hour. And I'll always say later if there are questions. But if no questions, I start to think about leaving around 2 o'clock. William says he'll keep the room open for at least 5 minutes after I leave. He'll keep it open longer if you start posting stuff in the room, though. Like talking about stocks. Otherwise, he'll shut down. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for any questions. Look at that 10B. I know this was an active one. What's been active? Look at the beautiful move. 25 up to 41 in basically 2 weeks and a day for 10B. Security software. Ooh, this is oh, I thought this was something else, but TDIC just got halted on the way down. Okay. Boy, this SpaceX is just really reeling. There's that next low, 155. 155 is the next low. Will that act as support? Well, guys, listen, I'm not seeing any questions, so I think I'm going to take off now. Okay. So William will keep the room open. What time is it now? 1:57. So he'll keep the room open till at least 2:02. No questions coming in. Then, but if you're not asking me questions, then probably there's not much life left in the room. So I'm going to shut down now. So for those of you in YouTube, I'm going to end the stream right now. We'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow, Eastern time, of course.